There was just one more club to visit. It was getting late. I wasn't sure if anyone from the swim club would still be here. I entered the pool. Nope, the lights were out, and the pool wasn't even filled with water yet. Looks like the swim club wasn't here. I'll have to come back tomorrow. Just as I was about to leave, I saw someone at the top of the diving board. What the? She was about to jump off? Oh shit, no. I ran up the diving platform, yelling my lungs out. Wait! It's just the beginning of the term. Things can get better. The girl looked at me blankly, not a trace of emotion on her face. Huh? Don't be stupid. It's still too early to throw your life away. And she walked away from the diving board and returned to the platform. She was ghostly pale and showed as much emotion as a stone pillar. Seriously, what was wrong with this girl? Trying to commit suicide on the first day of school. The school has counselors who can help you. There's no need to do something so drastic. She looked at me and tilted her head. I looked down into the pool. We were so high up that I couldn't even see the floor in the darkness. Just looking down made me dizzy. Wait a minute. Don't tell me. You were trying to dive off, thinking the pool was filled with water? And you were so completely lost in your thoughts that you never noticed the pool was empty in the first place? I rubbed my face, shocked at the revelation. Had I arrived just a second later, she would have been a pancake at the bottom of the pool. She still stared at me, completely unfazed by the fact that she narrowly escaped appearing on the morning news. Why would you do a thing like that? You know it's dangerous to use the pool without the lights on. In practice. In practice? Ah. You wouldn't happen to be the captain of the swim club, would you? She nodded her head. Ah. She really looked like another piece of work. With captains like these, no wonder these clubs have trouble. I'm Kaytos Shields from the student council. We should talk somewhere else. We got off the diving platform. As I was saying, I'm from the student council. We haven't got membership forms from the swim club for the past year. You wouldn't happen to have them somewhere, would you? She tilted her head. I figured as much. Look, if you're the captain of a club, you have to comply with certain rules. What? You don't even know what a membership form looks like? I opened my Holo and opened one of these forms. It's one of these things. She looked at my Holo curiously. You've never even seen a Holo before? How do you not have a Holo? You needed to do schoolwork and talk to friends. You mean to say you still write down everything on pen and paper? What? You're too poor to afford technology? I scratched my hair in frustration. I thought the Kendo and Science Club would be challenging, but this was a new difficulty tier of its own. There's no need for you to apologize. It's not your fault you don't have enough money to afford a Holo. I'll just get a stack of paper copies from the student council room. Make sure you fill them out though. The president told me to manage the swim club until it comes into full compliance with the school rules. I look forward to working with you. What's your name? Sola. No last name? The mystery thickens. Since Sola didn't have a Holo, There was no way to contact her except in person. That was going to complicate things. By now, it was late. It's already after hours. You should head home. We'll take care of this tomorrow. After bidding Sola goodbye, I went home. This is a problem. This is the girls' swim club, isn't it? Seriously, what's Ava thinking? Assigning a guy to oversee this club? I couldn't imagine that the club members were happy knowing that I was watching their every move. I hope nobody minds me being here during club activities. Sola shook her head. Well, this is a club for girls, right? Sola tugged on my sleeve and pointed to behind the diving platform. A trio of underclassmen were hiding behind the platform. They disappeared as soon as I turned my head and giggled. Huh? What? You mean to say they actually like me? Sola nodded. Really? I couldn't tell whether I should be flattered or embarrassed. Well, whatever. I was here in my capacity as the vice president of the Sunrider Academy Student Council. I had to get the swim club into compliance before I was disbanded by the school. I couldn't afford to get distracted. I shook my embarrassment off and did some paperwork on the bleachers. Eating when I spotted a familiar face. Yo, how's it going? Unsurprisingly, she just stared at me silently. I noticed she was eating a very Spartan meal of just rice and bamboo shoots. A homemade lunch, huh? While she obviously had no interest in companionship, I felt like I should talk to her. Do you usually eat here? That's a relief. Since we can't talk to the Holo, it would be nice if I knew where to find you. Sola squatted down on the ground and gathered some branches. She pretended to light a lighter with her hands, and made hand gestures indicating flames roaring from the branches. No, I don't think I can light a signal fire on campus. Sola sighed and plopped back down on the bench. She looked at me and shrugged. Seriously, I can't believe you don't have a Holo in this day and age. What a strange girl. You must have lived inside a capsule for the past 200 years to think people still use signal fires to communicate. Sola finished her lunch and packed her container into her bag. The bell rang, indicating the end of the lunch. I packed my stuff up too. And see you later. Farewell. I went to the pool for recruitment day. Sola! What are you doing in your swimsuit? Sola tilted her head, confused. Today's recruitment day. You can't wander around campus looking like that. Forgot. Some of the underclassmen managed to convince Sola to change out of her swimsuit. I returned to the abyss. Sola disappeared into the change room. Unbelievable. A short while later, Sola returned into her regular uniform. I handed Sola a stack of recruitment posters. Make sure to hand all of these out to prospective members, alright? She nodded. I sure hope nothing goes wrong. Recruitment day is over, and club activities have now concluded. As soon as I left the student council room, I nearly bumped into a trio of anxious-looking faces. So how'd it go? Are we getting disbanded, Mr. Manager? I smiled and gave everyone a thumbs up. Nope. You guys all did well. The press is impressed with you all. Let's continue to work hard for the rest of the year, okay? Alright, we did it! I'm counting on you, Mr. Manager. Cause this year, I'm planning to take the team all the way to the Galactic Championships. It's either the Galactic title or bust this time around. Asaga, you always overdo everything. We'll go for the goal too, Mr. Manager. Yeah. And so, that's how my year with these wacky girls began. The trouble clubs, huh? And here I was, the manager of this group of misfits. Even though they had all their quirks and were a far cry from model club leaders, I couldn't help but feel responsible for them. Alright, this was just the beginning. This is the year we're going to turn things around. You guys might be known as the trouble clubs now, but next year everyone on campus will know your names as the leaders of Sunrider Academy. We're not gonna settle for second place. Mr. Manager. We must have looked foolish shouting like that in the hallway. If someone were to see us, that person would think we were all crazy. But this was the moment of our promise. We weren't going to back down until we've reached the top. Or so I thought. Now I'm hungry. Come on, now that's over, let's go eat something. But Asaga, it's still club hours. Was too tense. Energy low. I woke up from my dream and returned to reality. We still had a long way to go yet. Sola came up to me and gave my coat a tug. Oh, come to think of it, the swim club has a meet this weekend, doesn't it? Another athletic competition, huh? The work of the club manager was never over. Alright, let's try our best and win the meet. Sola gave a thumbs up and dove into the pool. She popped her head out from above the water and gave me another thumbs up. I guess that just meant she was enthusiastic about winning. It was time for me to work hard, too, for the sake of the swim club. We left the shuttle and entered the shrine grounds. The shrine was bustling with activity, even though it was usually a quiet place, and today it was teeming with people. Asaga was already busy, giggling with Marai about something. I guess their mental ages were about the same, huh? I sure hope they weren't talking about me. Although, they most likely were. Sigh. We walked around looking at the stands. Oh! It's that Chigara! Ah, that. Asaga pointed to a small prayer booth. Begin the year with the Emperor's blessing for an active love life. Sola? Where'd she come from? The monolith of pure love beckons all singles seeking companionship. Alright! This year is definitely gonna happen. Asaga wrapped her palms and prostrated herself before the monolith. Oh, may the blessing of the Emperor reach this lonely soul! Oh, holy Rubian Emperor in heaven! Please let me get a boyfriend this year. Way to make a mockery of yourself at a holy site. I was sure that if Asaga kept that up, she was just going to end up cursed instead. And it's also be nice if I could lose a few pounds off my butt. Please let that happen too. That was definitely beyond the love of Monolith's powers. Clearly, not a shred of common sense existed in this girl. Asaga finally picked herself up. Okay, I think it worked. Asaga gave me a thumbs up, looking stupidly confident. What the hell? It's not like the clouds parted and a celestial chorus sang from the heavens. She was beyond help. Does anyone else seek the Emperor's blessing? Me? No way. I guess I could try. Don't worry, Kayto. I'll pray really hard for you so you get double blessed. Asaga and Chigara walked up to the monolith and prayed. I guess it was my turn now. Let's pray. What can go wrong, right? Oh well. Since everyone else was doing it, it couldn't hurt to try to fit in. I walked up to the monolith and knelt down. Even though I was sure this was nothing but a piece of stone. Suddenly, I was hit with a tingling sensation. The clouds suddenly started rolling across the sky, as if time was sped up. And yet, it seemed as if my body was paralyzed, and everyone around me was moving in slow motion. Your wish has been heard. What the hell was that? The world returned to normal. I was kneeling at the prayer stand as if nothing had happened. I could hear Asaga talking loudly about something behind me. Did I imagine the whole thing? And the powers of the Holy Empire are mysterious. Fuck. Sola was somehow leaning down right beside me. When did she get there? I recall that in its heyday, the Reuvium Empire had technology which would appear magical compared to today. They had gadgets which could open gates to parallel universes, manipulate minds, and alter the perception of entire societies. So, maybe something which could get your girlfriend was child's play for the Reuvian Empire. Gob. Was this a monolith actually a piece of lost technology from the ancient era? As if, Kayto. I had obviously been single for far too long to believe any of that nonsense. Nice try myself, but I wasn't foolhardy enough to engage in such wishful thinking. I left the monolith, convinced that I had imagined the entire experience. Unbelievable. Come on, Kayto. This is nonsense. Press. Huh? But really? I didn't know you were so chummy with the student council president, Kayto. Ugh. What could you mean, Asaga? We merely maintain a cordial working relationship to best fulfill our duties at the student council. Oi, you can cut it out with that act, Ava. Why is Avi acting so weird? I've been Ava's next door neighbor ever since we were little kids. You could say we're childhood friends. Eh? I never knew. There, now you don't have to be so uptight, Ava. Unbelievable. We have to appear professional in front of the student body, Kayto. What if a bunch of weird rumors start spreading about us? You know, weird rumors only start if you act suspiciously, as if you have something to hide. Like having double personalities and keeping secrets. Kayto! Ava crossed her arms and frowned, obviously upset that I told the others about our past. It's not like there was anything juicy to hide. We were just old friends, that's all. Oh well. It's good to work with someone you're already close, huh? Uh-huh. Asaga and I have been friends for a long time. We always combine our powers whenever one of us is in a pinch. Having friends to look after you is nice. And there you have it. So, why don't you relax and just enjoy the day off? Ugh. Alright. And there she was. The grumpy, usual Ava I knew and loved. But you guys better keep this a secret, alright? My lips are sealed. Of course. Well, it's not like Sola was going to tell anyone. Although, Asaga was nothing but a liability. Oh, speaking of which, Madame Press, I don't suppose you could expand the Candles Club budget? No. Oh, I thought so. It wasn't as if normal. Ava wasn't easier to chum me up with than the fake student council president Ava. Hey, don't you go to the same school as us, Sola? Sola's actually the captain of our swim club. I've been managing our club too. I see. Ooh. Say, Kayto, does that mean that you get to see a bunch of girls in swimsuits every day? Oi, it's not like I'm there to goof off. The work of the club manager is important. Still, it must be nice for you, Kayto. Idiots. Or is it just that you prefer Shrine Maiden outfits more? I did see a girl like that in one of your... I wrapped my hands around Marai's mouth. Oh, what was that, Marai? I leaned in close and whispered into her ears. You want to tell us all about that massive stash of BL games you have on your Holo? Heck. Our weapons of mass destruction firmly pointed at each other. We decided to declare truth. So you're a student club captain and a Shrine Maiden? That must be a lot of trouble, eh? But I do not mind. Your clothes are so pretty, Sola. But seriously, Kayto, you've gotten awfully popular, haven't you? Huh? Ooh, shamelessly walking around the shrine surrounded by not less than 5 girls. I can just feel all the death glares you're getting from all the guys around us. What the hell was that? Death glares? I looked around. Sure enough, all the guys were staring at me as if I was some kind of asshole player. Ugh, I hadn't even noticed until now. God damn it. It's not like I was going out with any of these girls. Not to mention, one of them was my sister, for crying out loud. Fumes erupted from my head. Because Mr. Manisser is such a nice guy. He helped me recruit enough members for the science club. Oh, and you were a big help when I broke my shinai. Good companion. Unbelievable. Kayto, you better have been taking your duties seriously. I hired you as the club manager to fix the trouble club's back up, not to hit on a bunch of girls. I have been taking it seriously. I swear. I could feel myself being backed into a corner. The girls all looked at me as if they enjoyed the pit I was falling into. Asaga put her arms around my neck, as if she was a guy friend. Alright, Kayto, we'll sweat out your use at the Kendo Club. The sweat on the Kendo gi freezes during winter and the armor rots with mold during summer, but we'll suffer together. That sounded disgusting. Chigara tugged at the cuff of my coat. Ah, Mr. Manager. Even though we have enough members now, I still have a long way to go before I can be a club captain. Please keep taking care of me, okay? Huck? They were doing this on purpose, weren't they? Weren't they? Ah. The shrine has many secrets, nooks and crannies. May I interest you in a private tour? Even Sola was joining in on this madness. I looked at Ava for help. She was my childhood friend. Surely she would. Stop, stop, stop. What are you doing? Yes, that was it. Kayto's my subordinate. Only I get to mess with him. Ugh. I kneeled over, as if Ava had sucker punched me. Press, how could you betray me so? Ah, Kayto, you're so popular. Looks like your little sister was worried for nothing. No, this is... Enjoy yourself. This was the Love's Monolith's power, wasn't it? That had to be the only explanation. After witnessing the power of Ryuvian techno-magic firsthand, I was ready to become an overnight convert to the Church of Ryuvia. The power of the Holy Ryuvian Empire was never to be underestimated. After a fun day at the shrine, the sun was setting and the shops were closing up. Hey, that was fun! We should come again next year. Please visit the shrine whenever you need the Emperor's blessing. And thanks for having us today, Sola. Sola nodded. And then I shall take my leave. See ya, Sola. Bye bye. We should return home too. Well, that was a fun day. I sure was tired from all that walking though. Time to hit the sack. And today was the first swim meeting of the year. Alright, let's try our best to win. The members of the club were lined up beside the pool when I arrived. Sola came over and tugged on the cuff of my coat. What's the matter, Sola? What? The members want a speech but you don't know what to say? Sola nodded. So you want me to deliver the speech in your stead? A speech? Here? And in front of a squad of girls in swimsuits too. Impromptu speech-making skills didn't seem a part of the club manager's job description. Just what kind of situation called for a speech in front of a bunch of girls clad in skin-tight suits? All of these girls stared at me. Ugh. Did they enjoy putting me on the spot? With a line of girls staring at me, there is no way I could refuse. Here goes nothing. Proud members of the Sunrider Academy Swim Club. Today, we face the first challenge in the journey of your youth. I see in your eyes fear of what lies ahead. I can feel the pounding of your hearts, as if you nervously await the arrival of the competition. Take heart, my team. For we have practiced hard and come prepared to meet our challengers. We shall take to the waters and defeat all those who oppose us. Go forth and swim with all the grace and magnificence of a space whale. Huh? They are majestic creatures of the infinite star ocean. Gentle, yet steadfast. Kind, yet indomitable. Peaceful, yet powerful. Let that be our creed, our motto. Swim onwards, Sunrider Academy Swim Club, for the glory of the space whales. That went somewhere completely different from where I was planning. The members of the swim team cheered and giggled anyways. Sola gave me a thumbs up. Good speech. Really? I wonder. Not. And so the first swim meet of the year began. Alright! We won gold! I stood from the bleachers and applauded for the team. I have returned. The team has performed along optimal projections. However, much work remains for the rest of the year. I'm sure we'll keep this up. Good job, Sola. No. It is all thanks to you, Mr. Manager. Please keep watching over the swim club. Yeah. All of a sudden, we were ambushed by the members of the swim club. Good job, Captain. It's all thanks to you, Captain. Oh. Sola lost her balance in the horde of congratulatory members and fell towards me. I caught her in my arms before she hit the tiled floor. Are you alright? Yes. Seriously, you girls need to be more careful. The swim club looked at me with mischievous eyes. One of them even gave me a thumbs up. Did they plan this out from the very beginning? Now, I request that you release me. Oh. Sorry. I returned Sola to her feet. I'm sorry. Your clothes are now wet because of me. Me? Don't mind it. Now, go on. Go get changed with the rest of the club. Understood. Sola walked away. Just as she was about to enter the change room, she looked back and gave me the faintest smile. I walked up the steps of the Ryuvian shrine. Even though it was difficult to climb up that mountain, I thought coming here could bring some good karma. To my surprise, I was greeted by a familiar face. Welcome to our shrine. What? Sola? I never knew you worked here. Ah, Mr. Manager. Have you come seeking a blessing? Yeah. I thought I'd try to get some good karma. With all the work I need to do for the student council, I'll need all the divine intervention you can muster. Sola nodded. Still, I would have never guessed you were working as a shrine maiden, Sola. Huh? Not work. This is my residence. What? There was no way Sola could live in the shrine. The priest here was an old man who looked over 100 years old. And could it be that Sola was his great-granddaughter? Please follow. Sola led me to the prayer stone. While I knelt down beside Sola and pretended to pray, my head was now stuck trying to figure out how Sola came to live in the shrine. May the grace of the Eternal Emperor reach you. She stood back up. The blessing is complete. Thanks. You still follow the path of the Holy Empire. While the ancient era has long passed, we welcome all who seek his blessing. It felt like it would be too rude to ask Sola how she became a shrine maiden now. Looks like Sola's mystery thickened even further. Well then, I'll see you at school. Farewell. I came out to the courtyard and saw Sola at her usual place. Yo! Good day. As usual, Sola was eating nothing but rice and pickled vegetables. Considering she lived at a Ryuvian shrine though, that was starting to make sense. Hey, Sola, I know you live at the shrine. Does that mean you can't eat any meat? Sola shook her head. The Church of Ryuvia does not impose any dietary restrictions on its followers. However, the doctor has advised the head priest to adopt a vegetarian diet. Oh, well, that explains that. So, what it's like being a shrine maiden of the Church of Ryuvia. Many millennia have passed since the light of Mount Destiny faded. The Holy Empire is no more, gone are the old ways. The Emperor was no good, but mere man, or else the light of Ryuvia would still reach us. All the followers of the Church know this. If you know that, then why do you still believe? The shrine is a tranquil place. I like the quiet solitude it provides. That was hardly a satisfactory answer. In the current age, hardly anyone still believed in the old religion. The Holy Ryuvian Empire might have imposed obedience to the church in its heyday, but those times were long past. Today was the age of politicians and businessmen, not priests and emperors. Hey Sola, you want to try a meat patty? It must be boring eating nothing but rice and pickled vegetables every day. Sola looked curiously at my tray. As she seriously never ate meat before. Here you go. I picked up the patty and placed it on her rice. Sola picked it up with her chopsticks and took a petite bite. It's good, isn't it? This meat patty. I do not mind it. I guess that was her way of saying it was good. It must have been tough growing up in a shrine. Is the head priest a relative of yours? Not really. He is a kind and generous man, and he may be like family to me. It sounded like Sola had a complicated home situation. I shouldn't pry into her private life. The lunch bell rang. Sola packed up her belongings. Farewell. She always sounded so dramatic when she said that. It sounded like a goodbye given at the moment of permanent parting, not the end of a lunch break. See ya! I waved and headed to class. Yo! How's it going? I took a seat next to Sola. I hear there's going to be a festival at the shrine this mid-break. They even give us a day off school for the winter festival, huh? It must be a vestige of our time under the Ryuvian Empire, which nobody ever bothered to change. During the ancient era, control over technology was given to those chosen by the Emperor. And those who were not to choose and lived in ignorance of the rest of the galaxy. Every year, the poor would gather in shrines and pray to the Emperor for the end of winter. And the spokesman of the Emperor would deliver the people from the coldness of winter and into a bountiful harvest. It sounds pretty crazy. I can't believe that the entire galaxy lived like that in the past. When men become gods, they seek worshippers. Instead of using their technology to improve the lives of the masses, the Ryuvian lords feared losing their position and hoarded such power for themselves. And such a nation was destined to collapse. And Sola seemed way too jaded. That's not the kind of stuff you'd expect to hear from a shrine maiden, huh? But perhaps, by studying the mistakes of the past, we may learn a better path. Despite her eccentricities, she seemed to have the right idea. I noticed that Sola had been eyeing my meatballs for quite a while. Here you go. I lifted her a meatball and placed it in her box. Sola stabbed it with a chopstick. The meatball disappeared down her mouth. The faintest trace of a smile appeared on her face. Feeling like I've accomplished a rare feat, I wanted to feed her more. I gave her a piece of my apple tart. Sola's eyes lit up as the tart hit her mouth. It's pretty good, huh? What is this delicacy? It's just an apple tart, Sola. You can buy a pack of 12 for just a cred at the store. I see. So, such inexpensive pleasure exists in this world. I had no idea what she was talking about. This apple tart. I wish more of it. Ah, sorry. That was the only one I had. Sola's face fell. Ah, no. Well, how about I take you to a sweet shop after school sometime? A sweet shop? I totally just blurted that out at a whim. Uh-oh. This totally felt like I was asking her out. Ah. I just saw Sola's disappointed face, and that was the first thing which came out of my mouth. Good going, myself. Just then, the ghost of my totally not that little sister appeared. Kayto, isn't this a good chance to work on that little promise you made me? Remember, you only have until the end of the year. Ugh. Ghost Marai was right. This wasn't the time to second guess myself. It's a place where they sell lots of apple tarts and other sweet foods. Very well, then take me to the sweet shop. Sure thing. Meet me after school after club hours over. I made a note of the meeting on my Holo, so I wouldn't forget. Alright, a chance to hang out with a girl from school after class. I couldn't help but get excited. I saw Sola waiting for me under the tree, where she always ate lunch. Yo, did she wait long? Sola shook her head. Let's go. We walked to the sweet shop. Sola looked through the glass display case. Ah. She spotted the apple tart and pointed at it. That one, huh? All of a sudden, I heard a familiar voice. Mr. Manager? Oh, you work here, Chigara? Yes, a little bit of part-time work. And come to think of it, I should have expected Chigara to be working here. Practicing for the day when you open your own shop, huh? Yes. Chigara noticed that I was here with Sola. Oh. What can I help you with? 1 apple tart and a box of cream puffs, please. Certainly. I handed Chigara my credit chip. Ah, please don't worry about it this time. Consider it a service for a first-time customer. Are you sure? Of course. Thank you for your order. Will it be all? Yes, thanks, Chigara. Then, thank you for your shopping at the Stardust Bakery. Please come again next time. See you. Bye-bye. We sat down on a bench at the park. I opened the box and gave Sola her apple tart. Sola took a bite out of the tart. You really like that, huh? Sola nodded. It must be hard living on a shrine. How long have you lived there? Many years. For as long as I can remember. Really? Do you come from a missionary family? Not really. Then, why'd you grow up on a shrine? For as long as I can remember, the head priest and his wife have been like parents to me. I have no recollection of a time before the shrine. What? Really? So then you don't know about your real parents? Sola shook her head. I was but a child when the head priest took me in. Whatever my childhood, it is too long ago for me to remember now. I heard that in some Class 7 worlds, mothers abandon their newborns at shrines because they can't support another child. Something like that happening on Sarah didn't seem possible. We were a civilized world, where everyone had access to healthcare and education, regardless of social class. Why would anyone abandon a newborn here? It must have been hard. No. While my current lifestyle cannot be called luxurious, the shrine is not such a bad place. Its quiet hall provides me with peace and solitude. Its tranquility is a welcoming break from the hustle and bustle of the city. It is the place I call home. I cannot ever imagine leaving it. In the end, I guess Sola was right. While it wasn't what I expected, a home could be anywhere. It didn't matter whether it was a regular house, a boat, a ship, or a shrine. As long as you cherished it and found comfort within its walls, a home could be anywhere. I see. But if you ever get tired of eating the same vegetarian meals, just tell me, alright? There's a lot of other foods out there aside from rice and picked vegetables, you know. Understood. I noticed that the sun was almost gone. We better get going. The transit for the shrine will be leaving soon. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, I thank you for your time. Then, farewell. I should try getting some good karma by visiting the shrine. The shrine grounds looked abandoned, with not a single soul inside. Compared to the noise of the city, it felt eerily quiet up in here in the mountains. Huh? Was the shrine closed today? Or was it just a really slow day? I wonder if Sola was around. I wandered around the shrine for a bit and came upon a mountain pool. Ugh, I never knew there was something like this here. Suddenly, I heard a splash. Standing before me was Sola, stark naked. Oh shit. Sorry. I stumbled backwards in a panic and tripped on a tree root. I fell spectacularly on my back. Ah. My head spun and nausea hit my stomach as I hit the ground. I heard a splash as Sola left the pool. Do you require assistance? Do I require assistance? Here she was, a nubile girl exposed in all her glory in front of me, and the only thing she says in a deadpan tone was, "Do you require assistance?" I gasped and covered my eyes with my hands as Sola stood before me. Sola? Ah? The thought of a classmate bearing all in front of me filled me with terror. I mustered my courage and tried to keep myself from screaming like a girl. Sorry, I think I took the wrong turn. Anyways, your clothes, Sola. Your clothes. But I'm not yet finished with the ritual. Did this girl not have a shred of common sense? Was she just fine with me seeing everything? Or was she really an android after all? Yes, that had to be it. An android. I saw it on the Holo once. How tech companies could now manufacture robots which looked identical to humans. Can you stand? My hands trembled. Suddenly, I was tempted to take a peek. I guess a small one couldn't. No. Android or not, Sola was my classmate. I couldn't. I picked myself up, turned around and ran the hell out of there. Oh. I leaned on the bench and caught my breath. What the hell was that? Did I seriously just see Sola completely naked? The sight of Sola's curvy figure played back in my mind. Ugh. No. I had clearly caught a glimpse of the Holy Land prematurely. It was as if the Holy Emperor had called his disciple to Mount Destiny to ask him on an epic and onerous quest to lead his people to the Promised Land. But then the disciple took a shortcut and arrived 2 books earlier than expected. Where were the roadblocks? Where were the trials by fire? The disciple didn't even have to grind to increase his stats, damn it. I grabbed my hand and rubbed where I had bumped it. Ugh, what the hell was I even thinking? I nearly jumped. Oh, Sola. Sorry, and don't worry, I didn't see a thing. Do not be concerned. I was merely cleansing my soul in preparation for the swim club. What do you mean? I believed full immersion in the holy pool may bring good karma for future athletic activities in the water. I apologize. I did not mean to startle you. No, I didn't mean to interrupt. Still, she sure was taking this like a cool cucumber. Purification ritual or not, it doesn't change the fact that I just saw her butt naked. Literally. Now, is there something I can assist you with? Oh, I was just here for a bit of good karma. And that's just how I ended up with a whole lot more than that. I entered the pool. Ugh. Even though Sola didn't seem to make anything out of it, the incident at the shrine was still replaying in my head. Stay calm, and stay calm. I was here to do my job. But it seemed like Sola really didn't mind being seen completely naked by me. Could that mean that she might have actually wanted me to see her naked? No. That was just Sola being Sola. Remember, her head was always in the clouds. It could turn out that Chigara was actually an evil galactic overlord, and Sola wouldn't even bat an eyelash. She'd just say something deadpan like, "Ah, really?" Then carry on with her business as usual. I must just be overthinking this. Ah. So there's no way Sola would be interested in me. My chest contorted and my face went pale. Did you just hear that? Sola tilted her head and shrugged. Do not mind. I watch from the shadows. Wait, so you're saying you're interested in me? Sola nodded. But only because I'm a curious being? You think I stand out from the others? Yes. Your hue is different from the others. Perhaps you were a famous figure in another life. Another life? Death is not the end, but merely a new beginning. Alas, but practice begins. Sola turned around for the pool. Before diving in, she slipped her fingers into the bottom of her swimsuit and adjusted it. She released the suit, making it snap on her butt. Sola dived into the pool and disappeared. Did she do that on purpose for me to see? Was she just making fun of me now? Ah, not again! Back to the grind, huh? I entered the library and saw Sola surrounded by sheets of paper. That's right, she didn't have a holo. I had no idea how someone could survive without one. Yo, how's it going? Ah, it must be tough writing everything down by hand, huh? Physical reproduction may build muscle memory for the exam, possibly leading to better recall accuracy. I guess that was possible. Hey Sola, do you want a holo? You know, it's pretty convenient. I'd be able to communicate with you anytime, and you can take study notes on it. I bet the swim club's efficiency would improve too. We should look into getting you one. Don't worry, I don't think you'd be imposing on me. Then, you have my gratitude for the offer. Buying a holo for Sola would be a good investment. It was a pain because the swim club was the only club in the entire school who submitted paper forms. I've been scanning all the forms and recycling the paper every day. Not to mention if anything came up. I wasn't able to contact Sola until the next day's club hours. On top of that, I did see her butt too. Wait, that had nothing to do with this. As the club manager, I simply wanted the swim club to submit their forms electronically for my own convenience. This was definitely not my way of elevating whatever guilt I had for that incident. I snapped myself out of my internal monologue, and so was Sola staring at me. Oh, time to get to work. Understood. I returned to the abyss. Sola raised her notes in front of her, covering her face. She was buried with notes. I pulled up my holo and started studying too. Hey Sola, I got something for you. I took Sola's holo out from my bag. Here you go, a brand new holo. Ah, you shouldn't have. Ah, don't be shy, Sola. Part of this was for my own selfish reason too. I was getting tired of always having to scan and recycle the swim club's forms. Anyways, with this now, you can take notes in class, submit electronic forms to the student council, and communicate with me at any time. You'll find that once you have one, you can't live without it. I will treasure it. I got my holo from my pocket. I'll share my contact info with you. Shoot me a message if you ever need me, okay? Sola nodded. Sola attentively pressed the activation button, opening the holo's main menu. She looked at it intently. He then pressed the map function, projecting a miniature map on the area in front of her. If you type in where you want to go, the holo will give you step-by-step directions. Pretty cool, eh? Sola's eyes turned to stars. Oh. Sola pressed the camera button. The holo snapped a 3D scan of the local area, and displayed a holographic reconstruction in front of Sola. And Sola motioned for me to come closer. Yeah? You want to take a picture together? I walked beside Sola and awkwardly smiled. She was definitely having fun testing out her new Holo. Sola wrapped her arm around me. And cheese! The Holo took a snapshot. In the holograph, Sola had the faintest trace of a smile on her face. Oh, and you can move around the snapshot too if you want, and edit it. It's also watertight, so you can even use it underwater if you want. That might be useful for swimming, huh? And Sola opened the messenger. She slowly typed a message. It'll probably take some time until she could type on the screen. My Holo vibrated, indicating I received a new message. I opened it. I got a gift from Kayto today, yay! The hell was this text? I double checked it to see if the message really was from Sola. Sure enough, it was from her. Oh shit. Was Sola one of those people who have completely different online personalities? Anyways. Seems like you got the hang out of it. Let me know if you need any help setting it up. And Sola gave me a thumbs up. He seemed happy with the Holo. This should make my life easier too. Well, besides Sola's weird online personality anyways. Somehow, I got the lurking feeling that I'd awakened something inside Sola, which should have remained dormant. I wonder how this was going to turn out. My Holo vibrated. I opened it and saw a message from Sola. Hi Kayto. Ugh. Sola's change in personality only was too much for me to handle. Somehow my mental impression of Sola changed. Yo, how are you doing? Let's try hard for the swim meet, okay? Yeah. I put my palm to my face. Sola, please stop. This was too much for me to bear. This was like the time when my mom got a Holo for the first time. For months, she texted me like a teenage girl. I nearly drowned myself in shame. My eye loomed over my shoulders. No. You've gotten pretty close to Sola, huh? Well, I guess that's expected since you see her in a swimsuit every day. Dummy. Hey Marai, why do girls always overload their text with emoticons and stuff? I just don't get it. Well, the emoticon buttons are just there and they're cute, aren't they? All girls want to be cute. Really? Sola definitely didn't strike me as the type of person who would though. And Kayto, you still got a long way before you understand a girl's heart. Oi, I'm just saying these texts are weird as hell. At the bottom of every girl's heart, they just want to be told that they're cute. And online, there's less need to be reserved, so people are more likely to share their real feelings. I guess that's true. There are a lot of people who say crazy stuff on the HoloNet just because it's more impersonal. Not to mention all the trolling which happens on Chirper nowadays. Anyways, I wasn't ready to accept online Sola yet. The gap between their real life and online personality was just too wide. It was like finding out that Chigara operated a hate blog or something. What an age we live in. And today was the day of our Liberation Day meetup at the park. Marai shook me from my sleep. Oi! Wake up, Kayto! Today's the day you promised me to take me to the park! Ah. How did you have so much energy this early in the morning? Fleet Admiral trotted in and spun circles around Marai. Arf, arf! See? Even Admiral wants you to get up. All hope of more sleep lost. I begrudgingly got up and headed into the washroom. Come on, Kayto! Hurry, hurry! Moo, you know girls don't like it when guys are late. At this rate, how are you ever going to get a girlfriend? I'd have you known that I'm more popular enough to go out with no less than 4 girls on a holiday. I'd like to see you pull off going out with 4 boys next year. Ha! Alright, I'm ready. Ava walked in through the door. Good morning. Avi, morning. Good to see you, Press. Let's have fun today, alright? Okay. I brought some paperwork to do just in case though. Typical. That was just like Ava. Last year when we went to the beach she didn't even bring a swimsuit. Just a crap ton of homework assignments. I picked up Fleet Admiral's leash, while Marai grabbed the picnic mat and the bentos. Let's go! We arrived at the train station and saw Chigara. Yo, good morning. Ah, good morning everyone. Morning. So we're the first ones here, huh? I have arrived. Sola got off from the transit shuttle. I apologize for my tardiness. Nah, we just got here ourselves. Now, we seem to missing someone. We waited at the transit station for the last member of our group. And so we waited and waited. For half an hour. Unbelievable. How could she be so late? Maybe she forgot? Chigara nervously opened her holo and sent another message to Asaga. And she was the one most excited about this. She says she's on her way. The food just took longer than expected to finish. Finally, nearly 45 minutes after the meeting time, a pair of red twin tails emerged from a shuttle. Sorry, I ran a bit late. A little late? More like almost half an hour late. If she had done this to a guy, he would have walked away dejected, thinking that he got stood up on his Liberation Day date. And then he would spend out his days thinking that he was destined to be alone. He would brood for months about his deficiencies and where his life went wrong. And finally, after years of examining and re-examining his life, he will finally decide to write an eroge, depicting the happy life he could have had. All just because this idiot showed up late. I saw 2 pairs of condescending eyes on me. Ooh, Kayto, you're thinking of something stupid again, aren't you? Idiot. Anyways, now that everyone's here, let's head to the park. Yeah! The park was bustling with people celebrating Liberation Day. We barely managed to find an empty spot in the grass. I laid down the picnic mat and pitched up a few collapsible chairs. But seriously, my latest masterpiece took all night to make. I nearly couldn't finish it in time. Oof, it's my newest concoction yet. You better look forward to it. Asaga grinned and hugged her bento container. Gulp. Oh, it's little sister! Asaga flapped her arms like an excited bird. It's been a while since I saw you. Ugh. Well, hello again. Yeah, I wish I had one myself, Kayto. Hey, let me adopt her. Be careful what you wish for. You might regret it. Asaga lunged for Marai. With lightning speed, Marai dodged Asaga's bear hug. Eh? Ahem. No thank you. Huh? No way. Marai hid behind me and eyed Asaga suspiciously. Hiding behind me, huh? Marai's not so tough now, is she? We gotta defend her. Well, I guess it was time for the big brother in shining armor to step up to the plate. Hey, leave my sister alone. Only I get to knock on her. Eh? Oh, hogging her all to yourself, huh? Idiot. Quit pretending to be so tough, Kayto. Well, Kayto's just being a responsible older brother. If I had a little sister like Marai, I'd want to be protective of her too. Sniff, sniff. Moo. I'm not a kid anymore, Kayto. I'm going to be attending Sunrider Academy next year too. Well, to be honest, you'll just need me to protect you from perverts like Asaga next year more than ever. For perverts? So don't forget who's your older brother now. Look. Hahaha. Take that, Marai. That'll put an end to your teasing. A short time later, I heard the loud grumbling of Asaga's stomach. I'm hungry. I had to skip breakfast to make it here on time. And yet she still managed to be the person who showed up last. Well, if Asaga's hungry, I guess we could start the food now. Chigara was all smiles as she pulled out a gadget from her bag. The thing looked like some kind of new age toaster with a neon green light coming from its interior. Was her eagerness to eat just because she couldn't wait to test one out of her inventions? I scooted a safe distance away, just in case something unexpected happened. What's that, Chigara? My latest work. With the PastryBot 300XL, you can now experience the taste of 9001 pastries gathered from across the galaxy, directly through your mind. Directly through your mind? What was this unholy contraption? And was it even legal? Should I activate it? Maybe later. Ooh. Kayto, you haven't even had a taste of my latest creation yet. Asaga eagerly opened the bento container, revealing a mixture straight out of a hardcore tentacle fetish game which not even I would dare play. Asaga picked up a tentacle with a pair of chopsticks and held it in front of me. Ugh, it just squirmed as if it still was alive. Have a try! Chigara butted in and held up the PastryBot 3000XL. Moo, Kayto, with this you won't even have to bother to chew. Stop. What are you two doing? Attempting to cut in line via culinary skills is underhanded. Unbelievable. I can't believe you could seriously be as shameless to invite me here with 3 other girls, Kayto. Considering we're childhood friends, we should have just come here together. Then there'd be less distractions and I'd be able to finish this pile of paperwork on my Holo. Figures. As a shrine maiden of the Infinite Emperor, my presence will bless this occasion with good fortune. Sola pulled out a charm from her bag. The Kiva will keep outdoor activities safe. Sola waved the charm in front of me. Peace and security. Ooh, come on, have a taste! Over 9000 pastries. Paperwork! This was too much. Kayto's sure popular, Admiral? Arf. Something was really wrong here. It was just 2 years ago when I was nothing more than a lame guy, whose only female companionship come from digital images of girls found on the HoloNet. How did I go from that, being surrounded by attractive girls so quickly? Could it be then that in a parallel universe, some other Kayto Shields was getting his share of good fortune drained away by me? I'm sure in some other universe my other self must be absolutely miserable. And that would be the only way the universe could retain its balance. What the hell was I even thinking? I slapped up the piece of Asaga's tentacle mix. You know, for cooking which looked so bizarre, they didn't taste so bad. Now for the piece de resistance. Asaga pulled out a jug of what looks like orange juice. Try it, you won't regret it. What exactly is it? I cautiously tried smelling it. My special juice! Go ahead, drink it. It didn't seem that bad. In fact, And compared to the tentacles, this seemed pretty normal. I guess I could try it. I poured a cup and took a sip. Whoa. Suddenly the world around me began to spin. Hoi! Are you feeling alright? Asaga's voice sounded distant. What was going on? Oh dear Kayto. Get a grip! All of a sudden, I felt it. An erotic sensation on my face. It was warm and sloppy. The sensation expanded, mushrooming inside my gut. I had to let it out before it threatened to explode within me. It was gonna blow. Here? Kayto! You're... Ah! Quick, get him help! The world turned sideways and everyone's voice melded together. Why were they shouting? What was going on? Come on! There's only one thing which will save him now. Quick! We have to do it before it gets any worse. Sweet Mother of God. The sensation on my face intensified. The sloppy wetness. The unspeakable noise. This could only be... Arf! My eyes shut open. The world restored. Ah! My face contorted with disgust as I pushed my dog away. Oh! We managed to save him! I angrily wiped dog slobber off my face. What the hell just happened? You passed out after trying Asaga's juice. We tried to revive you, but it wasn't until the dog started licking you that you woke up. Asaga! What exactly did you put into that? Oh, you know. Just regular stuff. And maybe some of the stronger mojo that my dad drinks. Along with other secret ingredients, of course. You dumb bass! What are you doing just spiking random drinks without warning me? I honestly didn't know it was that strong. Hey Kayto! Could it be that you had an erotic dream during your near-death experience? Listen you. Wow, what a man. To be unconscious but still dream of nude girls doing unspeakable acts to your body. Clearly your masculine virility cannot be sedated even by death himself. I gave Asaga a chop to the head. Ahak! Dumbass. Like I'd ever dream of that. And so the day passed. We ended up just fooling around the whole day, accomplishing absolutely nothing. Hey, that sure was fun. Let's do this again during summer vacation. It's fun when all of us are here together. I guess Kayto's going to get a lot busier from now. We'll be busy with work once the break's over. But that doesn't mean we can't have fun either. Right, Ava? Well, I guess the break every now and then's not bad. But only in moderation, okay? In moderation. Alright! And no more spiked drinks. If this was a school-sanctioned trip, I would have had to report both of you to the disciplinary committee. Even though I was the unwitting victim. Oh, okay. Next time I'll use something else. Go. That was a fun day. I fell into bed and quickly went to sleep. I sat at the library, doing some last-minute studying as usual. I sighed as Asaga snored loudly from her table across from me. Unbelievable. Good evening. Hey, come here to study too? Yes. Join the party. Sola sat down next to me and opened up her notes. Ugh. The equation was driving me nuts. In the age of near instant mathematical computing, I had no idea why the curriculum required us to perform mental math. All of a sudden, I felt something graze my hand. Huh? I looked down, and saw nothing on my hand. Yet. It must have been the wind. I returned to my equation and scratched my head in frustration. Alright, well, I square both the x and the z. Sure enough, I felt something touch my hand again. What is that? It was kind of creeping me out. I sure hope there wasn't a bug buzzing around. This time I was waiting for the unknown sensation. Just as it happened, I grabbed the mysterious flying insect and found that it was Sola's hand. Sola? Ah. She erected a wall of study notes between us to conceal her face, but not before I saw it glow bright red. I shook my head. Was she trying to hit on me? Fuck. I heard a huge crash behind me. Ah! Asaga had fallen off her table and landed face first on the floor. Ah! I swear, every single month she manages to hurt herself studying. I stood from my chair. Oi, are you okay? It hurts. Asaga ruefully rubbed her head and sat herself back on her chair. I hate this. I shook my head. He was still doing the practice questions we were assigned 2 weeks ago. Do you even listen to what Gray says in class? Yes? Really? Asaga dropped her head. No. I gave her a smack on the head. Idiot. Anyways, you're overthinking this problem. You don't need to use Newton's law of gravity and calculate the air resistance. Just assume the leaf's falling at a constant speed, and then you can extrapolate the data. Oh, you're right. Thanks, Kayto. I returned to my seat and saw Sola staring at us. Sola? She grumbled so quietly that I couldn't make out her words. It was obvious that she was jealous though. Normally the thought of a jealous girl would make my heart race, but now was not the time to fool off. My vice presidency depending on my grades. I couldn't afford to fool around. I still had 15 practice questions left. I saw a lot of activity going on at the shrine. Workmen were busy constructing wooden stands and hoisting up obsidian monolites. Good day. Hey Sola. It's unusually busy here, huh? Are you planning another festival? Yes. The Elder's Day festival is usually one of the biggest festivals in the Ryuvian calendar. Really? I didn't know. Elder's Day was formerly known as the Emperor's Day during the time of the Holy Ryuvian Empire, and marked the day of the Emperor's birth. Following the Holy Ryuvian Empire's fall, the Mandate of Heaven passed from Ryuvia to New Eden, and Emperor's Day continued to celebrate throughout Imperial space. However, after the liberation of Serra from the new Empire, Parliament passed legislation which secularized many Imperial holidays into public holidays, thus creating Elder's Day. Despite this, adherents of the Church still recognize Emperor's Day. I see. Perhaps you should visit the shrine on D4 next week. I would enjoy your company. Sure thing. I will make the preparations for your visit. Please look forward to it. Preparations? It's not like I'm a VIP or anything. What was Sola talking about? Alright, thanks. I was supposed to meet Sola at the shrine today. I got dressed and grabbed the transit to the shrine. I saw Sola waiting for me at the gate of the shrine. Yo, Sola! I hope I didn't keep you waiting. A Shrine Maiden's duty is to watch the shrine grounds. Fear not. You did not cause me delay. Holo. I have prepared a tour of the grounds. I walked beside Sola as she led me through the shrine. I couldn't help but feel lucky to have a pretty shrine maiden walking beside me. Made me feel like I was more important than I actually was. Sola pointed me to a large black monolith. And this is the Harmond. It is said the casting of this monolith required all the black ore to be harvested from Darius' second moon. While it looks like deceptively small, this monolith weighs as much as multiple skyscrapers and required the use of graviton generators to display at a humble shrine. And the change in the moon's mass subsequently caused it to wobble outside of Darius' orbit, causing climate changes on the planet which subsequently killed 500 million inhabitants. That's crazy. Wouldn't the people have revolted? The Reuvian Emperor was not a man, but a god. If he decreed that 500 million souls should perish for the construction of a monolith, then such was the natural course of humanity. I'm definitely glad that I didn't live back then. The Reuvian emperors committed cruelties, this is true. But the seat of the emperor was a means to commit both great evil and great good. Great emperors who brought wealth and prosperity to humanity are as numerous as vengeful emperors who brought retribution for the sins of mankind. Come this way, there's more to see. Sola led me through the shrine, explaining the origins of various religious icons. After a tour of the shrine, I felt like I had received a full course in ancient history. And there's one final thing which I wish to show you. Really? What is it? It is time. Come with me. Sola led me to a stage where a large group of people had gathered. Sola? Was Sola going to perform on top of the stage? Before I could react, Sola leaned forward and plucked a kiss from my cheek. My heart jumped. Behold, the final tier of the Sharlak. Sola glided up the steps of the stage. The lonely whispers of flutes floated high above as Sola began her dance. And she bowed gracefully and spread her arms like wings. I had heard of the legend of the final tier before. Whenever Holy Empire was in peril, legend spoke that the sacrifice of the imperial princess would save the empire. Most historians now believe this legend merely symbolized the political marriages the Holy Reuvian Empire would make, with rival nations which grew powerful enough to challenge the empire. A marriage with the renowned and chaste Princess of Reuvia would be a price great enough to satisfy the bloodlust of many rival warlords, and the Holy Empire would remain unchallenged in its rule over the galaxy. Sola spun effortlessly through the stage, her movements as fluid as water. I couldn't help but be enamored by her grace. I guess I should count myself lucky that I could even hang out with a pretty and pure girl like Sola. Even if millennia had passed since the collapse of the Holy Empire, a piece of its tradition survived here. Somehow I was glad that people were still trying to preserve our lost history. Sola's dance ended. She knelt down and lowered her arms. The audience applauded. Sola returned to see me. That was very pretty, Sola. It was like you really became the Shar. Ah. You have my gratitude. Now about that kiss at the beginning. Or so I wanted to ask. The dance was the story of Shar Inswith, who was the 11th Imperial Princess. Legend speaks that she left her one true love with a kiss on the cheek, before departing for a battle which she never was doomed. And yet, she fought on, cutting down the enemy fleets until her final breath. Somehow that legend sounded kind of familiar. Although, man, that sure was a serious kiss on the cheek. What was Sola doing? Just casually giving me a kiss with such a heavy meaning. I couldn't help but laugh nervously. Ah, I see. Luckily, you didn't have to die in battle. Ah, you're so lame when girls hit on you, Kayto. Sola led me to the gate. You have my gratitude for accompanying me. No, and thanks for giving me such a complete tour. I'm glad that you're helping to preserve a piece of our history here. Then, farewell. No, Sola. How about I'll see you tomorrow? I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see ya. As I was walking out of the courtyard, I saw Sola sitting under the tree. Hey, Sola! Ah. Are you waiting for someone? No. I merely had a slight dizzy spell and wished to sit down. Uh-oh. Are you feeling alright? You've got to take care of yourself. It'll be trouble for the swim team if you get sick before a swim meet. My body is well. Are you sure? Yes. Sola stood from her seat. Ah. Her knee gave out and she stumbled down. Hey! There's no way that you're alright. I am sorry. I must have sprained a muscle during practice. Come on, I'll walk you to the transit station. I helped Sola up and put her arm around my shoulder. Be careful, okay? And tell me if I need to go slower. Understood. We arrived at the transit station. You have my gratitude for accompanying me thus far. However, I will be fine from here. Oi, don't bullshit me. There were at least 300 steps up the mountain before Sola would reach the shrine. No way, I'm taking you to the shrine. No, I don't need. You're obviously hurt. I can't let you walk up the mountain alone. Understood. We got on the next transit to the shrine. Phew. I was panting after carrying Sola up all the steps to the shrine. I had to carry her on my back for the second half because of her leg. But at least we are finally here. Alright, we're here, Sola. I put Sola down on the ground. Thank. Sola cried out in pain as she collapsed to the ground. Oh shit. He was drenched in sweat. Sola! Don't worry, I'm calling the hospital. No need. Don't give me that. You're obviously ill. No. Don't. Don't look at me. What? Just then, Sola's hand turned translucent. What the? I stumbled backwards and fell in shock. Sola was disappearing before my eyes. Kayto. Her face was partially translucent. The spring pool. I must get. Was she talking about the mountain pool? What the hell did the pool have to do with this? Quick, take me. Ah shit, here goes nothing. I lifted what was left of Sola into my arms and ran to the mountain pool. I put Sola down beside the pool. The water. I splashed Sola with the spring water. More. On my body. Ah shit. I tore Sola's sweater off and carried her into the water. Even though I had no idea what was going on, this was no time for modesty. Either because she was missing half her body, or because of the adrenaline rush, Sola felt as light as air. Ah! Hang on, Sola! I lowered Sola into the pool. I watched in awe as the spring water slowly caused Sola's body to materialize again. Ah! Her breathing slowed down to a regular pace. I wiped away the sweat off her face with the water. Are you feeling better? The disconnection has passed. The what? Whatever I just witnessed was clearly not of this world. I was clearly a man of enough intelligence to know that the galaxy ran by science and not by magic. Sure, there were phenomena occurring throughout the galaxy right now which to the untrained eye may appear to be magical, but all such phenomena could eventually be explained as the science developed. If 500 years ago, an average person had been shown a warp drive, they would have thought such a device was the product of sorcery. I stared at Sola at the basis of my understanding of the universe was shaken. What was that? I do not know. The disconnections have come randomly throughout my life. Whenever one strikes, I feel as if my consciousness is being torn from this universe. I still had no clue what Sola was talking about. So you're saying you just randomly start disappearing? And you have no idea why? Yes. The holy water in the shrine has helped reverse the process. However, with each attack the water has been becoming less effective. The intensity and frequency of the disconnections seem to both be increasing. During my childhood, merely my fingertips disappeared. However, as I matured, the disconnections have spread along my extremities, all the way to my vital areas. The resulting fatigue and pain have increased drastically as well. My heart raced, as Sola seemed to explain what sounded like a fatal illness in a complete monotone. You've gotta be kidding me. And you have no idea how to prevent this? No idea. Further... Shit. Even more bad news? With each occurrence of the disappearance, others lose certain memories of myself. It is entirely possible that you have forgotten an event we have shared in the past as a result of this attack. Don't mess with me. How could that even be possible? I speculate that my body is not decaying, but rather that my entire existence is being wiped from this timeline. You are not forgetting those events, but rather the past is being rewritten as if those events never occurred. I gritted my teeth. I knew that while time travel was impossible with our current technology, the ancient Ryuvians had technology capable of temporal manipulation. And this shrine was filled with lost technology. I had to get to the bottom of this before Sola was even hurt more. Sola dried herself off and put her clothes back on. I'm sorry you have had to see me in such a state. However, I've accepted that the disconnections are beyond the scope of what modern technology can resolve. Please do not overly concern yourself with me. Once I fully disappear from this world, it will be as if I've never existed at all. Therefore, you need not fear. You will not feel loneliness or grief. Your regular school days will continue as if nothing had happened. Indeed, to your point of view, it would truly be as if nothing had happened. Don't bullshit me. There's no way I'm just gonna let you disappear, Sola. This isn't black magic or the will of God. This is just the power of some piece of machinery. Ryuvian technology may be beyond our understanding, but it was still made using scientific methods, so it can still eventually be understood and manipulated even by us. And I'm not about to defeat by an inanimate objective. Please, you speak so... Don't give up yet. I'm going to get to the bottom of this and save you. I understand. Despite saying all of that, I knew well how difficult this was going to be. I was not technologist, and I had not an inkling about ancient Ryuvian technology. I was just a student. The only lead I had was to ask Chigara for help. I was obviously just a luditude where technology was concerned compared to her. Don't worry, Sola. I think I might have a way to figure out what's going on. I have a friend who knows a thing or two about Ryuvian technology. What a busy day. I fell into bed and quickly went to sleep. I observed Sola as she swam through the pool. She was definitely back to normal. Had I never seen a disconnection occur, I wouldn't even have noticed anything different. Whatever it did to her body, the damage did not appear permanent. This was the age of technology. Science had created countless gadgets and phenomena which went beyond what normal people would consider natural. I had heard that scientists could make everything from enormous artificial planets to tiny nanomachines. But even considering that, wiping someone from our plane of existence altogether seemed to cross into the realm of science fiction rather than science. Hey, are you alright? Press? What are you doing here? I'm just doing a random visit. It's rare to see you looking so bothered. And usually, it seems like you just carry on without a single worry in the world. Well, as much as I would have liked to tell Ava what was going on, I wasn't exactly sure how to put it into words. No matter what I said, I would probably sound crazy. Besides, I had to respect Sola's privacy. I couldn't just tell other people that she was slowly disappearing. I just haven't been sleeping that well lately. Really? Yeah, there's this Holo game that's been wiping my ass on the floor. Just thinking about makes me depressed. Idiots. Anyways, thanks for fixing the problem with the swim club's paperwork. Things have been much smoother now that they're submitting their forms electronically. Yeah, no prob. Sola saw the president and swam over. She picked herself out of the pool and walked over to the bleachers. Good day, Madam President. Good day. Is there an issue? Not really. Ava's just checking up on me, that's all. Has Kayto been giving you any trouble? I hope having a male overseeing the swim club hasn't been causing problems. No. We appreciate the efforts of our manager. Really? Well, I guess it's alright. Let me know if the club needs any help. Understood. Well, I better get going. I have more work to do. See you. Farewell. Ava left the pool, already buried in forms. We should return to practice too. I entered the pool and saw the swim club members gathered around the water. What was going on? Sola stood at the highest diving board. Hoy, you couldn't be serious. She wasn't going to dive off that huge thing, was she? Sola jumped off the diving board and slid into the water, hardly even causing a splash. The junior members of the club applauded and cheered as Sola reappeared above the water. Sola swam over and left the pool. Good day. And suddenly, Sola gasped in pain and clutched her stomach. Instinctively, I grabbed onto her. Sola, what's the matter? Oh shit, was another disconnection happening? Do not mind it. It's merely a cramp. I dispersed the other members and walked Sola to the bleachers. Are you sure you'll be alright? I leaned in and whispered to her. Are you having another disconnection? Do we need to get out of here? No. As I said before, it is merely a cramp. It will pass momentarily. Sola picked up a bottle of water and took a sip. That scared the hell out of me. At this rate, even the smallest sign of pain was going to make me think Sola was going to start disappearing again. Damn it. Recently, my psyche has been irregular. What do you mean? It is nothing. Sola stood, apparently already recovered. You need not fear for me. As I have said, once a disconnection occurs, there's a period of stability. I do not expect another one to occur for many months. Still, don't push yourself too much, okay? Understood. Sola dived back into the water. Even though it was a false alarm, I felt anxiety increasing my chest. There was no telling when another disconnection was going to occur. When it happened the last time, I could clearly remember even Sola's neck and chest fading out of existence. If they were gradually getting worse, then I didn't even know how many more attacks Sola could withstand before disappearing completely. Could I investigate the shrine more? But what could a lunatic like me even uncover? The only thing I could do for now was to just stand by Sola's side until a possible lead opens up. I entered the science lab. Yo, Chigara. Good day, Mr. Manager. And Chigara was in front of the matter replicator as it printed out the new gadget. Are you busy? No, I'm just watching the new anti-gravity ball print. This model should be twice as powerful as the old ones. Can I help you with something? Yeah, I saw something interesting the other day. I wasn't really sure how to even explain Sola's situation without coming off as a loony. Do you happen to know anything about Ryuvian temporal manipulation? Eh? Well, I suppose. It's pretty high level though. And some of it is understandable in theory, but making something practical is out of the question, as most applications require the use of materials or energy levels which we currently lack the capacity to create. And no, making a time machine to go back to the past is obviously impossible. Well, it's not like I wanted to go back to the past or anything. I never knew Mr. Manager had an interest in Ryuvian technology. Something interesting happened to me the last time I visited the Ryuvian shrine. So interesting that I have no idea how to put it into words. It's hard to describe, but I think I happened to see something disappear into thin air and then re-materialize. I know it sounds crazy, but I thought it could have something to do with the Ryuvian monolites at the shrine. You know, some of them are really old and we don't really understand how they work. So I just thought that some of them might be lost technology. I looked at Chigara, expecting her to look at me if I'd gone crazy. Instead, her eyes were sparkling with interest. Disappear into thin air? Well, yeah. And then rematerialize? Pretty much. Chigara left the matter replicator and started packing her bag. We have to investigate this phenomenon, Mr. Manager. That was much easier than I thought. Chigara loaded a bunch of mechanical equipment into her bag and rushed out of the lab. I could hardly keep up with her as she grabbed the next transit to the shrine. And shortly thereafter, we arrived at the shrine. Hey Sola. I went over to Sola and explained to her the situation. I convinced Chigara that there might be a functional piece of lost technology here. Don't worry, he doesn't know anything about your condition. I just hinted that there might be temporal anomalies occurring in the area. We'll need her help if we're going to figure out anything out. Understood. And good day. Welcome to our shrine. Ah, good day. We're here from the Sunrider Academy Science Club. We heard that there might be interesting Ryuvian technology here on the shrine, and was wondering if we could perform some scans. Don't worry, we won't damage any of the monolites. Of course. We welcome those who seek knowledge here. Please, follow me. And Chigara went around the shrine, scanning the various monolites. See anything interesting? These monolites are definitely fascinating pieces of technology. While some are merely ordinary pillars made of black ore, others possess gadgetry right beyond my understanding. I believe most are meant to create optical illusions and fool the senses. However, I do not see anything related to temporal manipulation. I see. Well, I didn't really think we would be able to get to the bottom of Sola's disappearance so easily. Ah, here's something. My hopes went up. You found something? This monolite possesses an enormous power generator inside. There may be enough power on this monolite to generate entire hurricanes. To think something so small could generate so much power. Ancient Ryuvian technology is quite amazing, isn't it? Sure, that would be amazing. That still didn't have anything to do with what I was looking for. In the end, Chigara wasn't able to find any unusual temporal device at the shrine. She still looked pretty satisfied though. To think there would be so much technology here. I should have investigated the shrine sooner. Thanks for letting me run the scans, Sola. It is no problem. Please come back again if you wish to investigate further. Of course. Hey, Chigara, I'm going to stick around here a bit longer. You can go on ahead. Okay. Have a good evening, Mr. Manager. Sorry for taking your time. Don't worry, it was fun. Bye bye. See you. And Chigara waved us off as she walked down the stairs. I sighed in disappointment. Could Chigara have missed something? No way. Chigara was the surest person to be a genius in my immediate social circle. Then was the cause of Sola's disconnections not lost technology after all? If so, what could possibly cause such a supernatural phenomena? I have concerned you. I am sorry. Nah, don't worry. This is merely my fate. You need not to go out of your own way for me. It's still too soon to give up. I'll find a way, Sola. Understood. I sat beside Sola at her usual spot at the courtyard. Hey, Sola. Sola placed her chopsticks on her bento box. Why do you still speak to me? Just because I know about your disconnections. Doesn't mean I'm not going to eat lunch with you from now. Do you not think I'm unnatural? You're totally unnatural. I've never met someone who speaks in so many long words and in a complete monotone. But you're still my friend. It doesn't matter what condition you have. Besides, it's not like the disconnections are contagious. In my studies, I have found the controlling directive of all living organisms to be to pass on their genes to the next generation. Doing so ensures the continuation of the species. Yet the lifespans of all life forms are finite. You waste moments of your finite life speaking to someone certain to disappear from your timeline. While you are surrounded by a host of receptive and fertile females, you choose to interact with me instead. Your actions are illogical. They are counter to the survival of your species. They can only be described as self-destructive. I flicked Sola on the forehead. Ah, idiots. Humans are bigger than that. We actually believe in things like friendship and loyalty. Besides, I hope that wasn't just a fancy way of saying that you think all guys are pervs. But my studies... Maybe you should increase your sample size to more than just base animals and insects, huh? Sure, non-sentient life behaves that way. But we're humans, aren't we? We're able to make civilizations, establish laws, and promote the sciences because we've learned to master our base instincts. Besides, how'd you even end up thinking like that anyways? You always talk like a computer, not a girl. I'm sorry my qualities are not sufficiently effeminate for your tastes. Was she just making fun of me now? Anyways, I'm not going to quit bothering you until I make you laugh. Laugh? I rarely even see you crack a smile. But one day, I'll make it happen. A ginormous ho-ho from your face. You'll laugh so hard that you look like a fool. And then, you'll collapse to the floor, suffocating because all the laughter is killing your stomach. I shall make a mental note to refrain from making such disruptive noises. Figures, huh? As a general rule, I advise against making goals which have near-nil chances of fulfillment. Odds don't matter to me. I'll make it happen. You are a strange man, says the monotone android girl. Very well. I shall permit you to accompany my meals for the meantime. Oh well, that's a relief. However, I ask that you refrain from attempting to emit such rambunctious noises from my mouth. I am certain as the student council vice president, causing a disturbance in the courtyard would be problematic for you too. I guess I'll have to wait until we're somewhere else. Then I shall resume my meal. It felt like I should get some better karma for the coming days. It felt like I should get some better karma for the coming days. I wonder how Sola was doing too. Ah. Hey. Are you keeping well? Yes. There is no need to concern yourself with my well-being. Once a disconnection strikes, I have a period of stability. Sola walked me to a monolith and walked me through a prayer. May the blessings of the Infinite Emperor reach you. Hey Sola, I was wondering something. Yes? The water from the mountain pool stopped the disconnection last time, didn't it? Indeed. When the disconnections occurred in the past, did the mountain water stop the disconnections then too? Yes. So far, it is the only thing which can completely reverse the process. Full immersion in regular water also increases the interval between the attacks. While swimming is not exactly my hobby, the disconnections have led me to join the swim club. So that was the reason why Sola was the swim sub captain. I would never have known. However, with each attack, the effects of the water weaken. Is there anything special about the mountain pool? While we perform rituals to purify the pool, it is for all intents and purposes merely an ordinary pool of mountain water. I am skeptical the water has any special properties. That's one more mystery, huh? The mountain pool is a quiet place. Its serene beauty gives me solace. And to a lesser degree, I enjoy the silence being submerged in water brings as well. Except I really doubt that just being somewhere quiet was going to stop her from disappearing the next time it happens. Another dead end, huh? The head priest speaks that I was found alone in the mountains as a child. My origins are completely unknown. Perhaps my birth parents discovered my strange affliction and choose to abandon me and attempt to start anew with another child. Certainly, the disconnections are an unnatural event. If that was the reason for my abandonment, I cannot place blame on my parents. And that was way too depressing to talk about with a straight face. Stop that, Sola. Don't be so down on yourself. I was not being unnecessarily pessimistic, but merely making a reasoned observation. The truth does not cause sadness in me. Such a response would be unnecessary, as sorrow does not change our reality. Still, Sola's complete lack of emotions disturbed me a lot more than her disconnections. I do not have particular dissatisfactions at having lived at the shrine, nor does my lack of parents bother me. Any disadvantage caused by my orphanhood to my future professional and social aspirations are non-issues to one will be wiped from the timeline. Please do not overly concern yourself too much. Frustration boiled inside of me. Even though I wanted to shout at Sola that she was being too accepting of her fate, and knew that I had no idea how to prevent her disconnections. In fact, she was right that getting angry or depressed wasn't going to bring us one step closer to a solution. I had no idea what I should even say to her. I'm sorry, I'm not very helpful. But one day, I'll give you a reason to be pissed off. Once we figure out your little disappearing problem, you'll be pissed off that you suddenly have to worry about getting a job and make a living like the rest of us. You'll be feeling like an idiot then, knowing that you were just chilling your entire life when you should have been freaking out like the rest of us. You think parts of your body randomly vanishing at inconvenient times is problematic? Just wait until you have to fill out a job application. You have 3 years of missing work experience. You'll be wishing you could disappear then. Sola raised her sleeve and covered her face. Such foolishness. Beneath her sleeve I could tell that she was stifling a smile at my stupid bravado. In any matter, I am pleased by your visit. Yeah, I'll try to come around more often. I have taken too much of your time. I shall see you tomorrow. See you. Sola picked a broom and started sweeping the ground. As I was leaving the school, I saw Sola sitting under the tree. Good evening. Hey Sola, what are you doing here? Lately, my thoughts have been strange. Shall you accompany me? I wish to go on a walk. We took the transit to the park. We strolled around the trees in the twilight. The disconnections have been a secret part of my life for so long. You are the first to see it occur aside from the head priest and his wife. Really? Don't worry. I won't go around telling anyone about it. Besides, I'm pretty sure nobody would believe me even if I told them. It's a strange thing. It is unlikely a fatal illness, for when I finally disappear, nobody will be left in sorrow at my death. If death is even what awaits me at the end of this road, no one will remember me upon me and be in pain. The fact has always given me solace. Is that really true? I no longer know. I had accepted my lot in life. Knowing I was doomed to vanish, I moderated my emotions. I comforted myself with rationalizations. Despite that, I am scared. The thought of vanishing fills me with unspeakable dread. It is natural to fear death, is it not? I will have no legacy. Every trace of my existence will be wiped forever from this universe. The knowledge that nobody will even remember me is too sorrowful. Sola, I am sorry. I have troubled you. I felt so useless. I had thought that any problem could be surmounted with just effort and hard work. But what could I do to keep Sola from disappearing? Don't worry about me. Anyways, I still haven't given up yet. As you said, there's still plenty of time until the next attack, right? We can still figure out what's causing the disconnections and end it. Once we do that, you will just go back to being a regular girl. Come what may, the only way we lose is if we give up too early. You and your promises. You can count on me. I am the Student Council Vice President. I'm not going to let a member of the student body down. That sounded so lame, but it was the best I could do. I wasn't even the president, but I was talking so confidently. And it was just a stupid student council. I wasn't like I was some dashing space captain who could just rush in and save the day. But Sola needed me. I couldn't back down when someone else was counting on me. Understood. Please take care of me. And lift me from this wretched curse. Of course. I promise. Then I will hold you to your word. I lied wide awake on my bed that night. Despite having promised Sola I would save her, I had no idea what the disconnections even were, much less how to stop them. Finally, I stood up from my bed. I had to do something. I was going to the shrine to investigate the monolites even more. They were pieces of lost technology. There was no doubt about that. Besides, weren't people supposed to pray to the monolites to find answers to life's mysteries all the time anyways? Anyways, there was no harm in trying. I put on my coat and got ready to leave the house. Kayto? Where are you going? And cover for me if Mom and Dad find out, okay? Huh? Wait! I unlocked the door and went outside. Moo. The mountain was pitch black at night. Being in the mountains was totally different from the city, alright. Oh well. It's not like there were many dangerous wild animals around here. I turned on my holo to light my path and walked up the steps to the shrine. Phew. Now that I was here, I had no idea where to even begin. Well, I could just start with a prayer. I walked up to a monolith and knelt down. Please, tell me how to stop Sola's disconnections. Obviously that did absolutely nothing. I should have known better. Having made a fool of myself, I picked myself up. As I walked away, I felt something tug on my leg. What the? I lost my breath as I stumbled. Bewildered by the sudden tug, I looked around. Did I trip on a twig? No way. I always see Sola sweeping the shrine grounds endlessly. Was it just my imagination? Surely there was nothing here. I walked further into the shrine. There was a large chamber in front of me with wide open doors. Strangely enough, I felt a powerful aura emanating from the chamber. I crept inside being careful not to make any noises. Before me was a huge monolith. The air in here was strange, as if it was softly vibrating. I looked around. I was definitely alone. Well, I was here to investigate, wasn't I? I stepped up and placed my palm on the monolith. Please. If the Infinite Emperor really was ever so almighty, then tell me how to save Sola. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice behind me. She cannot be saved. For how can something which never existed in the first place ever be restored? I spun around, yet saw no one there. Who are you? Where was that voice coming from? Someone who's always admired you. Are you a real person? Or is this just the monolith technology messing with my perception? My, you are a clever one. Well, that is what I've always liked about you in all your incarnations. So you are just the machine talking? You're not a real person, are you? I suppose that's pretty close description of what I am. For now, just consider me an embodiment of the monolith. Can you help me save Sola? The person you know as Sola does not exist in this timeline. That's not possible. I go to school with her every day. Everyone else recognizes her. She's definitely a real person. Well, if you're going to be like that, looks like I don't have a choice. There are an infinite number of realities occurring simultaneously right now. The present, the past, and the future all occurring at once. Those realities are separated, and you have no means of traversing between the universes. But that was not strictly the case in the past. You're talking about time travel. In a manner of speaking, the past. Could you mean the ancient Ryuvian technology to travel between those alternate universes? But what does this have to do with Sola? Well, you're a pretty clever guy, so I think you'll be able to figure out the rest. See ya! Wait! You're not so bad looking in your younger form either. I jolted awake in my room. What the living hell? I rubbed my forehead. Was that seriously all a dream? But I could have sworn going to the shrine last night. Was I transported here through the power of lost technology? I got out of my bed. Oh, you're up early! Hey, Marai. Did I randomly rush out yesterday night for no apparent reason? What? No, you went to bed like totally normal. Moo, what are you talking about? Was it just an unbelievably realistic dream? I admit, I couldn't quite remember when I started to have the thought to go to the shrine yesterday night. Could I have just fallen asleep and started dreaming that I decided to go to the shrine while lying awake in the bed? Speaking of which, I couldn't remember anything about how I got from my home to the shrine in the middle of the night. It was just like the setting just changed after I ran out of my apartment, and I was just instantly at the shrine. Ah. God damn it, Kayto, of course it was a dream. Only now that I was fully awake could I notice all the weird gaps in my dream. Besides, there was no way that just touching a monolith could make a woman's voice just appear out of thin air. I must just be way too stressed out about Sola's disconnections. What a busy day. I fell into bed and quickly went to sleep. As I was about to leave campus, I saw Sola waiting for me in the courtyard. Yo! Is something the matter? No. I merely wish to invite you to a shrine festival. In the Ryuvian calendar, Pure Day was originally known as the Day of the Shar. It is a day dedicated to the girls of the Holy Ryuvian Empire. There will be many exhibits and fun stands. I wish that you would accompany me. Sure thing. For the first time in a while, Sola's face glowed. You will surely enjoy it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And then I shall be off to make the preparations. Okay, see you. Goodbye. Despite everything that was going on, it was already time for the final exams. Shit. I totally did not have the mental capacity for all of this. Not only was I trying to juggle managing 3 double clubs, my student council meetings, and classes, but I also had a girlfriend liable to vanish at any moment now. I collapsed onto my table, my brain at its limit. I felt someone tap me on the back. Are you alright? Hey Ava. What? Tell me how you're so smart. The hell's that question? There's gotta be a secret to your intelligence. You just formulate a schedule and stick to it. With absolutely zero goofing off. You'd be shocked how much time you spend procrastinating. But Press, without goofing off, how do I manage my stress? By learning discipline. Idiot. So basically I'm just not cut out for this, huh? Sola walked into the library. Yo. Hello. Well, I'm going back to work. Besides, it's obvious you'd never listen to my advice even if I gave it anyways. Ava shook her head and walked away. Don't mind Ava. She's a good friend. Yes. Anyways, I better get started on these practice questions. Scratched my head and got back to work. After a few more attempts, it was clear my efforts to learn math were futile. I left out a huge sigh. Hey Sola. Yes? Let's just run away to the mountains and be hermits. No. A life of hermitage would not suit you. Perhaps you merely need a study partner. While I'm hardly the best mind on campus, I wish to be of use to you. Really? Yes. Do you wish to study together? Admittedly, I didn't really think that Sola's presence would magically improve my understanding of trigonometry, but just the prospect of being able to hang out with Sola lifted my spirits. Sure. Can you come over to my house to study tomorrow? Of course. I will be glad to help. Well, at least there was something to look forward to. Using the slight moral boast, I returned to my practice question. I had promised to meet Sola this evening. I better hurry to the shrine. The shrine was once again bustling with activity when I arrived. I noticed that the majority of the attendees were girls about Sola's age this time. I felt a little out of place here. Welcome to our shrine. How's it going, Sola? Sola walked me through the exhibits. Hey Sola, I've always wondered. What's the difference between a princess and a Shah? It seems that the words are used interchangeably, so I always thought the word Shah just meant the princess in the ancient language. It is, if taken literally. However, Shah signifies much more than merely a female of noble birth. The Shah is not merely a title, but a philosophical ideal. Not all princesses are Shars, and not all Shars are of noble birth. Rather, the Shar signifies a girl whose mind is soft, yet steadfast. She's gentle and kind to all beings, yet resolute in her ideals. She's merciful and humble, yet never succumbs to fear. She's meek and obedient to the Emperor, yet stands in the spearhead of the Imperial fleet, the unquestionable commander of man. She's powerful and deadly in battle, yet she is peace-loving. She's infallible, but she must be prepared to die for the Holy Empire at any time. Man, that just sounds like an impossible standard. I'm glad we didn't live during the time of the Holy Empire. It sounds like it would have been a huge pain. But it was the dream of every girl in the Holy Empire to become the Shah. Perhaps the Emperor may have been feared, but throughout the Holy Empire, the Shah has always been the love of the people. Hey, if you lived back then, would you have wanted to be the Shah? A curious question. Yes, I believe I would have wished so. It is natural for humans to be envious of those who are superior to them. During the time of the Ryuvian Empire, love for the Shah was the norm. I do not believe I am an extraordinary individual. I would most likely act as the other girls of my age, and wish to be the Shah as well. That makes sense. I was formerly wary of these festivals. Really? Why so? They bring rambunctious noises to the shrine. Further, the strange sights and smells fray my nerves. The hustle and bustle of crowds does not suit me. However, the head priest appreciates the income and the influx of worshippers the festival brings. Well, God doesn't rain down money for the bills, I suppose. Yet, they do not seem so bad now. Perhaps I was merely envious. Envious of what? I would see others with their families walking about. They had lovers, children, parents, smiles. Sola. Sola wrapped her arms around my arm. Hearing a laughter in the crowd no longer stings my heart. Festivals may be fun. Yeah. We sat by the mountain pool, away from the crowd. I remember the first time I saw you here. That sure was a surprise. Really? I was really surprised by how you didn't seem to mind at all. Hey, could it have been that you wanted me to see? Sola turned her face away. Do not speak such outrageous things. I was merely engaged in a purification ritual. As you know, frequent full immersion in the holy pool is important to keep the disconnections away. And that still didn't explain why you wouldn't react at all to a guy walking in, though. Seriously. I put my hand on Sola's hand. I have had quite a troublesome childhood. This body feels no emotions. So, not even a man seeing me in the nude would register a beat in my heart. I spun Sola's face towards me. Dummy. Then why does this make your heart pound so much? I leaned in and kissed Sola. Her tiny lips felt so frail against mine. Ah. We parted. Sola fingered her lips. You are correct. My heart is pounding so fast, I fear it may burst. Don't think you have no emotions. You're not an automaton, Sola. You're a person. You always say such brash things. Well, I'm not exactly one of those guys who have a light touch. Even though it's kind of heavy-handed. I don't like doing things unless I give it my 100%. I am sorry. You will likely be disappointed with me. A strange girl with an otherworldly affliction which threatens to wipe her from existence hardly makes for a girlfriend material. I put my hands on Sola's shoulder. Nope. I've already made up my decision. There's still time to figure out what's wrong with you. Once the disconnections stop, you'll just be an ordinary girl. Then we can have fun at the festival next year too. Then I shall be in your care. While I'm not deserving, please watch out for me for the rest of my time here. Yeah, I'll make sure to watch out for you many decades to come. I met Sola at the courtyard to head to our study session as promised. Good evening. Hey Sola! This was the first time I've ever brought a girl aside from Ava home. Marai was going to be pretty impressed. And we took the transit to my home. Welcome back, Kai. Whoa! Sola! Good evening, Marai. Sola's going to help me study. I see. Let me get the tea right away. Marai nearly tripped on herself running out of the room. I heard a ginormous crash and my mom shout of disapproval as Marai dropped the kettle on the floor. What an idiot. She was definitely overreacting. Marai returned with a tray of crackers and a tea set. Please enjoy. Marai cautiously placed the tray on the table. And she slid out of the room. Just as she disappeared beyond the doorframe, she poked her head back and gave me a thumbs up as she closed the door. Seriously? We were just here to study, damn it. You are close with your sister. Well, you know. She's not bad, I guess. Although lately she's been really into meddling me with my affairs. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She can be super annoying if she wants. I ponder what having siblings is like. Noisy. You probably wouldn't like it. Really? Yeah. I hear the quieter the older sibling, the noisier the younger sibling's going to be. So I'm sure if you had a younger sister, she'd be the type of character who would completely destroy your peace. Worrisome. Anyways, thanks for coming over. Let's try to do our best so that all our work so far doesn't go to waste. Yes. We opened up our holos and got to work. Phew. Somehow being near someone else who was studying helped me focus. I fell backwards once I finished all of my physics problem sets. By now the tea was cold and all the crackers were gone. Are you finished? With physics at least. Sola closed her holo. She applauded for me like a golfer had managed par on a course. Phew. Sola. Even her encouragement was deadpan. I still have Galactic Basic and History left though. Well, I guess those subjects aren't as difficult. I can't believe an entire semester's already passed. Seems like so much happened. Yes. Who would have thought being on the student council would be so much work? I had to study all day and attend meetings all night. And that's when I don't have to run around campus trying to fix the trouble clubs. What seriously happened to my old comfortable lifestyle? I can't believe there used to be a day when I just played games all day. Maybe I shouldn't have agreed to be Ava's vice president. I saw Sola sitting beside me. Well, I guess it's still not bad. My student council work was what led me to Sola. Having a girlfriend to study with definitely made physics problem sets better. Hey Sola. Do you have anything planned for a summer vacation? No. Merely a cleanup of the shrine. The summer vacation is free of religious holidays and brings nothing but the noise of the cicadas to our halls. The lull in patronage is a good opportunity to clean the nooks and crannies of the shrine. I see. We should try to hang out more. Since club activities are suspended during summer vacation, I won't be able to see you as much. Yes. I wish to see you as well. Please call me on the Holo if you desire my company. Sure. After a long study session, it was time for Sola to head home. And then I must be off. It's late. Are you sure you'll be alright? Fear not. Sarah City is devoid of crime. Well, Sola was right. I still walked her to the transit station anyways, just to be safe. It was another uneventful day of summer vacation. I had called Sola to hang out at the park. Soon after I arrived at the park, she arrived. Good day. Yo! Arf! I gave Sola a greeting hug and took her hand. Ah. Come on, let's go. We took a slow stroll around the park. Hey, Sola. Yes? You don't have to be so reserved around me, okay? There's something on your mind. You feel free to tell me at any time. I'm here to help you out. Understood. You are too kind. Please do not worry about me. I fear you will grow wary of me. Wary? Why is that? Nobody would want a girlfriend who will disappear from existence one day. Such a relationship is fraught with anxiety and tension. In a way, it is no different if I were slowly dying of an incurable disease. Surely, you will realize a more permanent girlfriend is more suitable for your future. You are merely in a temporary state of fancy due to the excitements of a new relationship, and cannot realistically gauge my worth. Oi. Come on, Sola. You've got to be more optimistic than that. I'm neither optimistic or pessimistic. I'm merely making a reasoned observation. Idiot. You know, a skyscraper is made of rational calculations. Science and mathematics erected the skyscraper and keeps it up, seemingly immobile. But if anyone wanted, they could blow it the hell up anyways for no particular reason. I do not understand. You can rationalize anything you want with observations, but that never discounts something unexpected happening. You can explain why everything's a certain way right now, but predicting what's going to happen in the future is impossible. We don't even know if the disconnections will get worse. Who knows? Maybe you'll eventually get better by yourself. This seems highly unlikely. Don't worry. I'm not going to leave you for a stupid reason like that. Sure, the disconnections give me headaches. In fact, whenever I think about it, I get pissed off and want to just mess something up. But it doesn't change that I care about you. You're my Sola. I'm not going to let go of you so easily. You always say such outrageous things. Then I will refrain from making such observations in the future. Sola held onto my shoulder. I am sorry. I merely wish to moderate my expectations. Because for the first time, I am happy. My life was but a preparation for my inevitable disappearance. I had expected it, Learned to accept it as an inevitability, as unescapable as the next sunset. And yet now, I'm filled with fear. Regret eats away at my heart. I no longer wish to be wiped from this world, but to stay and be part of it. I do not want to be forgotten. I am scared. I leaned in and kissed Sola. Ah, please, again, lift me from the abyss. Her dainty lips were hardly large enough for mine. Girls really were fragile. Sola. Our lips met again. Ah, you always surprise me so. Well, leave no regrets, huh? Fleet Admiral trotted over and clawed my feet. Well, I guess he wants to go back home. I stood from my seat and helped Sola up. I had a fun time. Yes. Will you be alright going home? Of course. Then, see you. Goodbye. Phew. It sure was a hot day. I was already drenched with sweat after having climbed up the steps. The noise of the cicadas was deafening. The shrine was largely abandoned as I walked through the grounds. Come to think of it, I could try checking out that big chamber in my dream. I couldn't help but want to investigate. After all, it wasn't like I was going to jump a fence into private property or something. Well, no harm in just walking around a bit. I walked deeper into the shrine and found the chamber. The door was shut. I grabbed the circular handle. Locked. Ah, I should have known. I sighed. Looks like I wasn't going to be able to see what was inside. Suddenly, the door split open. I jumped backwards in surprise. Sola emerged from the room holding a mop. Ah. Good day, Kayto. Hey. Did I come at a bad time? No. I was merely in the middle of some cleaning. Sola placed the mop against the wall. We have few visitors during the summer days. The days go by rather slowly. I peeked behind Sola into the room. Sure enough, there was nothing in there except cardboard boxes. Hey, Sola, what's that room? This? This is merely the shrine storage room. It is a difficult place to clean for sure. Looks like it. So it really was just a stupid dream. Suddenly, I felt stupid for even thinking this chamber could house a secret monolith. Besides, there's no way I could have just been teleported from the shrine back to my bed. I should just stop trying to make a fool out of myself. Please, come this way. And Sola left me in her room and returned with a tray of refreshments. And she sat in front of me on her knees, in the picturesque image of a shrine maiden. I took a cup of iced tea and took a gulp. Man, sure is a hot day, isn't it? Yes. Were the steps to the shrine difficult? Well, I still managed. I swear, Sarah might have altogether 2 weeks of good weather. Always either too cold or too hot. Either that, or just grey and dreary. I took my coat off and loosened my tie. I don't even know why the school makes us wear this thing year-round. Ah, we should have adopted Holo wear ages ago. I realized that the back of my shirt was drenched in sweat. I turned my head and saw it clinging to my back. Well, crap, I look ridiculous. Sorry, Sola. Ah, please, wait one moment. And Sola left the room in a hurry. Huh? and she returned with a basin of water and a towelette. I have returned. Please allow me. Oh. Sola knelt beside me and carefully unbuttoned my shirt. While I am inexperienced, please permit me. Sola folded my shirt into a square and placed it beside me. She soaked the towel in water and wrung it. The water is cold. It should bring relief from the heat. He wiped the sweat from my back with the towel. And the water almost felt as nice as the feeling of Sola's hands on my back. Is it to your satisfaction? Yeah. Thanks. Sola soaked the towel in the basin and wrung it once more. She continued to wipe my back. The days will only become hotter from now. Please mind yourself in the heat. I'll try. Sola wiped my chest with the towel. Her hands wandered and stroked my abandonment. She ran her fingers upwards and clasped my chest. Sola dropped the towel in surprise when I held her wrist. Ah! Please forgive me. I did not mean to cause offense. My mind merely wandered, and I had a momentary lapse of concentration. I'm merely a foolish girl. Sola's flushed face filled me with excitement. I silenced Sola with my mouth. Ah. Always with your... I let Sola go. Ah. You're always surprising me so. Asaga pulled up a chair. Take a seat, Kayto. I hear you've gotten something really important to tell us. Mr. Manager, I couldn't believe it when I heard. Oh shit. How did these two find out that I was going out with Sola? Well, word sure spreads fast around here, huh? I was wondering when it was gonna happen myself. How'd you even find out anyways? Well, let me just say a certain little sister had something to do with it. Damn it, Marai. I bring Sola home just once and she's off telling everyone? Oi, you haven't been telling other people weird things about us, have you? It'll cause problems for me if more stupid articles hit the school paper again. Oh, no. I've definitely learned my lessons from last time. Somehow, I felt really dubious. Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. Asaga poked her head into my personal space. So, how far have you two gotten? Have you even done it already? I gave the back of Asaga's head a good whooping. Idiot, no! You're going to make Chigara faint! Don't worry, I'm okay. You sure didn't look okay. Chigara's head was swaying side to side and her eyes were nearly glazed over. I support Mr. Manager's relationships. She was definitely forcing herself to say that. Ah, well, good for you, Kayto. A girlfriend's definitely a must for a guy, huh? They say a guy's only 20% confident without a girl at his side. Remember that, Kayto. Up to 80% of your confidence comes from Sola. Well, I guess that's just another way of saying we rely on each other. You better take care of her. Yes. Yeah, don't worry. Well, if it's Kayto, I don't have any worries. Right, Chigara? Yes. Please go and make yourself happy. Thanks, guys. Anyways, let's eat. Come on, Kayto. I've even got you extra fries to celebrate your new girlfriend. Next time, you should bring her too. Well, you contacted me out of the blue. I am disappointed. You don't hang out with her all day? Oi. Not like we're joined at the hips or anything. Joined? Chigara sprayed her soda out. She coughed as she choked on the soda. Ah, good move, you idiot. Sorry, I didn't think that one through. I'm sorry. Ah, Chigara, are you alright? Yes. As I was leaving campus, Sola was waiting for me at her usual spot. Ah. Happy birthday, Kayto. Thanks. While it is not much, please accept this gift. Sola pulled out a box from her bag. I opened it, revealing a portable cooling pad. I had heard of these. All I had to do was just slip one between my clothes, and they could modulate the temperature. Something to fight against the Sarah weather? Clearly, Sola was a woman after my own heart. Oh wow, thanks! This will be really useful in the hot weather, huh? Yes. Please be careful in the heat. I'll make good use of it. Further, I wish to be with you today. May I make a request for your time? Sure, I have time. Sola wrapped her arm against mine. Please make use of the cooling pad soon. I am sorry. Huh? For what? Choosing a gift was difficult, as when I disappear, not only will everyone lose their memories of me, but any events or objects which require my existence will be wiped as well. Simply, if anything requires me in the chain of causality to bring to fruition, then it will be wiped from the timeline as well. Therefore, any gift given by myself to you will vanish along with me. I am sorry. Speaking of such heavy matters on a happy day, please forget what I said. It is of no consequence. Of course it was important. We still weren't a step closer to figuring out how to prevent Sola's disconnections. Even though another one hadn't happened since then, it was still too soon to think they were going to stop. In the end, there was no telling when another attack will happen. You are still thinking of it. Sorry. I haven't been able to do anything. And I promised to find a way to stop it and everything. Perhaps you would like another gift? Huh? Something to please you. And here. Sola ran her hand on my thigh in plain view. I grabbed her hand away before she really groped me in the middle of the shrine. You idiot! What you doing in public? She just did that to distract me, didn't she? Ah. Well, I guess there was no point being depressed on my birthday. Besides, I was on a date with Sola. You seriously surprised me during summer vacation. I never thought you'd do anything like that. Yes. While I'm still in disbelief myself, I did not dislike the occasion. Rather, it makes me curious what new experiences await. Yet again, you make me speak of such outrageous matters. You are such a troublesome man. Haha, sorry. But it's normal to talk about all sort of things when you're in a relationship, right? Well, that may be true. I wrapped my arms around her waist and let her rest her head on my shoulder. Sola whispered into my ear. The mere recollection of that experience makes my heart quiver and my tongue tremble. Despite that, it has only made me yearn for you more. I lay wide awake at night, wishing for your warmth. My heart aches when you are not near. This time, I wish to be the one being touched. I desire to feel your heart pulsating against mine. Is that such an unreasonable request? I was walking through the hallway when I saw Sola in the library. I decided to pay her a visit. Hey Sola. I noticed her filling out a career development form for Future Day. Future Day, huh? Having trouble filling the form out? Yes. While I'm required to make a professional visit to a potential worksite, I've never given my career considerable thought. However, when I submitted my own home as my future worksite, the teacher insisted I find another place to visit. I see. Even if you work at the shrine, I guess the school just wants you to go out and see something else, huh? Yes, it is quite troubling. I do not know what I should do. Perhaps I should just fail to turn the form in. Given my circumstances, it is not as if I must develop professional skills. I imagine the school will merely give me a few days of detention and nothing more. Oi, I'm not going to accept that as an answer. Come on. You should come with me when I do my job site visit. Who knows? It might be fun. You need not to go out of your way for me. It won't be a problem at all. Just meet me in front of my home, alright? I am grateful for your offer then. Very well. I shall meet you. Sure. I can do that much for my girlfriend. It's Future Day. All students are expected to spend today working. I met Sola bright and early for job site visits. Good morning, Kayto. I yawned. Good morning. I should have drank another cup of coffee. Let's get going, Sola. Where shall we go? By law, all the business throughout Sarah had to open their doors to students today. But since Sola was here, I guess that excludes the shrine as a possible site. I wonder where we should visit. Let's go to the park. And the science center. And the shopping district. And the arcade. Phew, we're now finished with work. We sat down at a bench after a tiring day of work, and only mopping the floor. Phew, that was a long day. Yes. I don't think I'm ready to enter the workforce yet. I'll probably stay in school. Have you given your career aspirations much thought? I guess not. What do you think, Sola? I imagine you will make a fine leader. Leader? You think so? Yes. You inspire those around you. And you always have a sense of direction and rarely seem at a loss. I'm sure you're just overrating me because you're my girlfriend. No. I'm merely making a rational observation. More with your rational observations, huh? They are highly accurate. Then maybe you'll make a good cost-benefit analyst, Sola. An analyst? Yeah. Like, they consider all the risks and payoff, which can come from a business or political venture, and then they write a report on whether the venture is worth it. It involves a lot of objective thinking and calculating probabilities. Seems like something you'd enjoy doing. I see. Analyst. If you believe so, then I shall aspire to be an analyst. Ah, you don't have to decide right away. I was just giving an idea, that's all. I guess you'll have to get a better degree for that first. Ah. Does that mean we can be together? I guess if we both go to the same high academy, then yeah. And then it is decided. I shall seek higher education and become an analyst. Oh, don't just decide your entire career path based on a single casual conversation with your boyfriend. Oh well. For now, at least you knew what to put down on your future day form. From your description, I believe I can enjoy being this analyst. I'm not sure if it really fits my definition of fun, but I could see how some people could see it that way. Indeed, if my only responsibilities are to make rational observations and compute probabilities of various calamities occurring, then I feel confident I can one day become an analyst. Yeah, I'm sure if you just try hard, it'll be easy to accomplish. Thank you for suggesting it. No problem. Sola opened up her Holo and filled in the rest of her form. I wish to be a cost-benefit analyst in the future, because I believe I'm good at making rational observations and predicting possibilities. Further, I wish to always be close to my boyfriend Kayto, and this will allow us to attend the same high academy. Sola, you should take the last part out. I'm not sure if your teacher will appreciate reading that. Perhaps you are right. Sola reluctantly deleted the second sentence. Phew! As the vice president, I definitely didn't want one of the teachers seeing my name used in context. Anyways, it seemed like the problem with Sola's form was fixed. It was getting late. Shortly after that, we returned to the transit station and went our separate ways. I entered the pool for the swim meet. Come to think of it, this was one of the last swim meets of the year. The national qualifiers were coming up. We better practice hard so we can make it into the nationals. As the top educational institution in Sarah, we definitely had to go to the nationals at least, if not the Galactic Championships. Hey Sola, are you ready? Yes, but first... Sola pointed to the bleachers where the girls of the swim team sat. All of a sudden, they raised up signs. Kayto Sola, love. We support your love. What the hell was this? I apologize. I want them to refrain from doing anything rash. I shall accept any punishment you deem fit for the club. I rubbed my face with my hands. No. They are just trying to be nice. I forced a smile and waved to the bleachers. The girls' cheers echoed through the pool. How did they even find out anyways? Was it Asaga? God damn it, it probably was Asaga. Oh well. Not like we could have kept our relationship a secret forever anyways. I just hope this doesn't cause any problems at the student council. The girls scattered away, giggling when I walked over to the bleachers. I took a seat. Well, I'd better prepare my report for the meet. Before the time for her round, Sola walked up to me. Kayto. Sola, what's the matter? Sola's legs suddenly gave out. I caught her before she hit the ground. Her skin felt cold as an autumn maiden. Oh shit. Was it another disconnection? I looked around. So far, Everyone was focused on the match. Quick, come with me, Sola. I put my arms around her. We snuck out using the pool's rear connection to the gym. I carried Sola into the storage room. Sola's face was drenched in sweat, and color drained from Sola's body. The disconnection is much worse this time. It is as I have feared. They are growing in both frequency and intensity. I grabbed onto Sola's shoulder in a panic. Sola! The top of her shoulder suddenly dematerialized, and I fell through and hit the wall. Sola! I carry around a bottle of the mountain water in my bag. Sola pointed to the bag which she was carrying. I tore the bag open and fumbled around. I lifted the bottle with trembling hands and uncapped it. I poured the water on Sola. Is it helping? Sola writhed in agony as her legs phased in and out of existence. Sola! The disconnection is too intense. The mountain water is now futile. Nothing will stop it now. No. I had hoped. I wrapped my arms around her. No! It's still too soon to give up, Sola. I'm not going to let go. I am sorry. But do not fear. As quickly as I vanish, so will all your memories of me. Everything will continue as if I had never existed in the first place. You will not grieve for me. You need only find another girlfriend who will be more suitable. I pounded my fist against the wall. Don't bullshit me. You're the only one, Sola. You could disappear from the universe. But there's no way in hell Kayto Shields, will forget you. I won't go on as if nothing has happened. It's you, Sola. The one who I love. Tears welled up in Sola's eyes. To hear those outrageous words now. Farewell then, my love. Shut up! I grasped Sola so tight that I thought she would explode. I wasn't ever letting go off of her. I pushed my face into hers and pressed our lips together. Sola! As if by miracles, Sola's body began to restore itself. I grabbed her even tighter. I kissed Sola deeper, our tongues intertwining. Sola gasped as her legs rematerialized. Ma! As if re-emerging into the world, Sola arched her back and screamed as her body was restored. Her scream pierced through my body. She grabbed me and pulled me away. I fell to the floor exhausted. And she was saved. Somehow. Color began to return to Sola's face. Sola! I embraced her, tears welling up in my eyes. You idiot! Giving up so easily. Don't ever tell me farewell again. Don't ever tell me I'm going to forget you. I understand. I am sorry. The meat. Don't worry about that. It's not important. I do nothing but trouble you. And yet, why do you treasure me so? Because I'm your boyfriend. That sure sounded lame. Way to go, Kayto, the boyfriend shields. I know you're thinking it sounds stupid, but we've managed to stop the disconnection this time ourselves. So that means It can be beat. Yes. Because... Tears flowed through Sola's eyes as she gripped me. I do not wish to disappear either. I do not wish to be forgotten. I do not want all my gifts to you to vanish. I want to graduate with you. I want to be an analyst like you said. And most of all, I cannot stand the thought of you meeting another woman after I'm gone. Not even knowing I existed in the first place. The mere thought fills me with such indescribable rage. I cannot accept it. But there's nothing I could do. Sola's chest heaved as she sobbed into my shoulder. I stroked her back. Don't worry. You can always be emotional around me, Sola. You really know how to turn my life upside down. Yeah. You won't be the emotionless girl I know anymore. After this, you'll be the happiest girl on the planet. So much that everyone will know you for your smile. Such outrageous words. Yes, I will. I put my arms around her and held her tight. We returned to the pool to a commission. Apparently we were just 2 minutes from getting disqualified from the competition. Our club was freaking out, trying to find out where we had left. I managed to explain that Sola had suddenly gotten a cramp, but was now feeling better. Some of the girls in the club gave me private looks, suggesting that I'd taken her away for some other purpose. But at least the tournament organizer seemed oblivious to it. I sat back down on the bleachers. Phew. Sure wasn't easy being a boyfriend. We better get going. Phew, that was a close one, wasn't it? Just a few more minutes and we would have gotten disqualified. Yes. I will try my best. Yeah. Go get them, Sola. Understood. I was sitting in my seat when Asaga came over. Yo, Kayto! How's it going? Oh, nothing much. Did you know that a new crab store opened downtown? I heard from Chigara that it has some good stuff. Maybe we should go check it out. Ooh, you could even call it a date if you want. What? Was Asaga seriously dumb or something? What are you saying? Have you forgotten I'm going out with Sola? Sola? Who's that? I stood from my seat in a shock. Sola, the captain of the swim club! In fact, you met her a while ago. Really? Sorry. I didn't know you were already hitched. Well, that's too bad for me, eh? I grabbed Asaga's shoulder in a panic. Oi, tell me. You have absolutely no memory of Sola at all? You're the one who was the first person to congratulate me when it happened. Sorry. I have such a bad memory. It seems I can just about forget anything nowadays. I ran out of the classroom in a panic. Oh, where are you going, Kayto? There was no way Asaga could make such a big deal about me getting a girlfriend and then completely forgot about it. It was definitely unnatural. No questions about it. I ran into Chigara in the hallway. Mr. Manager. Is something the matter? Hey, Chigara. Tell me, do you remember Sola? Who you may be referring to? I'm not sure what you mean. You saw her just 2 months ago when you visited the shrine. Ah, did I? I'm sorry. There's been so many things which happened since then. I could hardly believe Chigara. Sure, Asaga was a surefire idiot with the memory span of a chipmunk, but even Chigara? Sola! The captain of the swim team and the shrine maiden at the shrine. Of course! The shrine maiden. Yes, I remember her now. I'm sorry. I'm so terrible with names. Is something the matter? What do you remember of her? Well... I'm sorry. You can remember that she's my girlfriend, right? Ah! Mr. Manager's been going out with the Shrine Maiden? I braced myself against the wall. It was as if I had woken up in a different universe. This was just way too surreal to be happening. Even though Sola had warned me to see such a supernatural phenomenon happening before my eyes, shook my core assumptions of the world. I grabbed onto Chigara's arm. Come on, Chigara. Ah, where are we going, Mr. Manager? Something's weird's happened. And I need your help to figure it out. I took Chigara to the science lab and explained to her the situation. Even though I had kept Sola's condition a secret so far, now that the situation had deteriorated to this point, I had to do everything in my power to save her. I could at least trust Chigara not to spread rumors. Is it really possible for someone to be wiped off the face of the universe completely? Not just like they died or even get vaporized, but completely and utterly from the timeline itself. And if such a thing happened, would the world rewrite history as if that person never existed in the first place? I cannot say for certain. I am sorry. While temporal manipulation has always been one of my interests, the phenomenon you are describing goes far beyond the galaxy's current level of scientific knowledge. There is currently no realistic way to wipe someone from space-time. As for why or how an ordinary individual will be afflicted from birth with such a condition, that is also something science cannot possibly deduce right now. My hopes sank. No, I couldn't give up like this. I had to grit my teeth and fight on, for Sola's sake. Will you be alright, Mr. Manager? Yeah. Thanks for believing me, Chigara. Yes, of course. Honestly, I feel like I've gone crazy now. I can't believe everyone else has forgotten about Sola. Just because of the last disconnection. Sola sat there. The frequency and power of the disconnections were growing. That really was the case. And another attack could come at any time. Ah, shit. I felt so useless. I'll come back to you if I find anything more out. Of course. I'll perform more research into this matter as well. Perhaps I'll be able to deduce a possible solution. Thanks, Chigara. Of course. I received a message from Sola to meet her at the park. I saw Sola waiting for me. Ah, good evening. How's it going, Sola? Is your body well? Yes, do not fear. The disconnections do not cause any lasting damage. Sola took my hand and we strolled through the park. Is something the matter? Something weird happened the other day. What? Somehow, none of my friends can remember who you are anymore. I see. It was kind of surreal. I know you warned me about it, but actually seeing it myself really freaked me out. I caused you nothing but trouble. No, Sola. It is as you say. The previous disconnection was the largest yet. I'm skeptical the damage was merely localized to only my distant acquaintances. Indeed, there might be fragments of myself that those closer to me have lost as well. You are no exception. What? That's impossible. I still remember that you're my girlfriend. When we first met, you were about to jump off from the diving board into the empty pool. That really scared me. We visited you at the shrine on the winter festival with my friends. Our first kiss was the day of the Pure Day at the shrine. There's no way I could have forgotten anything. On the first week of summer vacation. Do you remember when we went to the beach? Uh-huh. What color was my swimsuit then? The beach? You're just joking, right? You've gotta be joking. I see. Sweat began to drip down my back. No way. We seriously did never ever go to the beach together. She must be pulling my leg. Sola examined my school bag. What's the matter? It is not there. What's not here? Shortly after Future Day, I gave you a charm to bring good fortune in your career. You proudly attached it to your bag. However, I see the charm has now been wiped from the timeline as well. What the hell? When did that ever happen? I had absolutely no recollection of a charm ever being on my back. Terror came over me. I had no way of knowing how much of our past I had forgotten. No. More like wiped from existence. From my point of view, it was as if those events never happened at all. That was true, then my perception of Sola may be completely different. My entire world had changed overnight. And I was just as oblivious to the changes as Asaga and Chigara. Suddenly I was overtaken with nausea. This was just way too bizarre to accept. I had believed that the world was rational. That this was an age of science. But this was clearly far into the zone of black magic. There was no way to understand or prevent it. I was ultimately completely helpless. I am sorry. I took a deep breath. I need to sit down. I sat down on the bench and tried to calm myself. So, am I different from the Kayto you remember? For the most part, you are as I remember. Most likely, those closest to me will retain their memories better. I had no idea my memories were even altered. And after I even promised to never forget you. It cannot be helped. It is entirely possible when I have lost some of the events of our past as well. In any matter, you have not failed on your promise, as you have not forgotten anything. Technically, we are not forgetting, but rather, events in the past are rewriting themselves with each disconnection. Our pasts have fragmented into multiple alternative histories, each with varying degrees of my existence. I imagine these alternate universes will eventually resolve themselves into a single canonical timeline where I simply never existed at all. In short, we're in a lot of shit. I'm sorry. I have troubled you. I feared as much. No. Sola, I was just... I do not wish to cause you pain. Perhaps we should spend some time apart until the next disconnection. I am certain the next shall be the last. Do not fear. It will not be long now. Once it occurs, you will have no recollection of me. You will return to your happy school life as if nothing had happened. Are you kidding me? So you're saying you're just going to give up? You are merely blinded by your emotions. Rationally, the risks to this relationship now far outweigh any possible benefit it may bring. It is no longer worth pursuing. Farewell. Hey, wait! Do not follow me. Sola ran out of the park. I pounded the bench in anger. God damn it! The rain poured on me. Did Sola just dump me? And for such a stupid reason too. The fact she was going to vanish was all the more reason why I needed to be by her side. The thought of her vanishing by herself, with no one to ever ease her pain, was far more painful than being with her. I didn't care how much trouble she would bring me. No matter what, I had to be by her side. Because in the end, it was Sola who was in the most pain. That idiot. There was no way I wasn't going to chase after her. I got out of the transit and ran up the steps of the shrine. The rain poured from the sky. Screw you, whoever decided to make it pour at this particular moment. Why don't you just add wind and hail while you're at it? Because whatever you throw at me, I wasn't going to stop. Sola! I'm here for you! Do not come closer! You idiot! No! Sola ran deeper into the shrine and up into the mountains. What was she doing? Didn't she know it was dangerous to go there in the rain? I entered the woods and chased after her. I ran into an outstretched branch and received a face full of leaves. Damn it! Sola! Stop! I must have looked incredibly stupid chasing after her like some madman. Sure felt like I've been doing one stupid thing after another all year. In front of me, Sola slid on a puddle of mud as she ran up the mountain. She stumbled backwards, falling towards the route. Look out! I leaped and grabbed Sola away before she hit her head on the route. Oomph. I managed to absorb most of the impact by landing on my back. I ran my hand through Sola's back, making sure she was unhurt. You idiot! You should have known better than do something so reckless. Tears lined Sola's eyes. Why did you chase me? Why do you continue to outrage me so? If you keep doing this, I will never rid you from my heart. Then we will merely continue to suffer as I slowly die. Shut up! I grabbed Sola's face and knocked our mouth together. There's no way I'd leave you just because of this. Yeah, let's say the disconnections are impossible to fix. Even then I'll be beside you. Until the moment you vanish. Even you have feelings, Sola. It hurts. You have to deal with everything alone. So don't think I'd leave you so easily. I want to make you happy. You will surely suffer. Little pain's no problem. There are other girls who are prettier and without otherworldly afflictions. I only look at you. I hold you back. I am but a fool who does reckless things. And what's wrong with doing something stupid every once in a while? It's exciting to run into a forest in the middle of the night for no reason. Didn't I look cool when I chased you up the mountain and saved you from falling? Such foolishness. Why must you continue to make my heart flutter? Yes, I can no longer deny it. You will truly always be my beloved. Even when I disappear, I only wish to see your face. Until the very end. And Sola. Our mouth locked again. The summer rain washed away our tears as we kissed in the mountain stream. I sat on a stool while Chigara ran a portable scanner over Sola. And thanks for doing this. Ah, no. It is no trouble at all. Even though it was a long shot, maybe if Chigara could examine Sola herself, then we could find a way to stop the disconnections. I do not detect any abnormalities. It appears that you are merely an ordinary human. Of course, there's the possibility my equipment is simply not advanced enough to detect the source of the disconnections. I am sorry. I could theorize all night, but my practical abilities are limited by current existing technologies. By now, I was hardly surprised we had walked into a dead end. Should we seek a doctor? No. This was definitely way beyond what science could fix. For all I know, the authorities might take Sola away and lock her into a lab to perform experiments all day if her condition ever become known. Very well. I thank you for your efforts. Have you experienced anything strange or out of the ordinary since the disconnections began? No. I am told the first observation of my disconnection was days after my rescue in the mountains. I was 2 years old at the time. The head priest's wife observed my pinky vanish for a few seconds, and then reappear. The next disconnection did not occur for another 3 years. And then, one of my feet vanished for a moment. However, while the disconnections have become more frequent and more severe, my life outside of the disconnections have been devoid of any strange phenomena. I see. Come to think of it, there was that one weird dream I had. Although I was probably going to sound like an idiot mentioning it, I should make sure to eliminate all possibilities. Actually, there's one thing. I had a strange experience after seeing Sola's disconnections for the first time. I could have sworn after seeing the attack, I went to the shrine at night to pray for Sola. I went inside one of the chambers and touched a large monolith. As soon as I touched it, I heard a woman's voice, who told me that Sola didn't exist in this timeline to begin with. And then I woke up in my bed, as if the whole thing had been a dream. In fact, I can't really remember large chunks of that night, so I always assumed it really was just a dream. Instantaneous travel? Could it be possible? Chigara pressed a few more buttons on her scanner and then held it over me. Ah! The scanner beamed and Chigara flapped her arms like she was about to fly away. What? Is there something wrong with me? Oh my! I'm detecting faint traces of tachyon particles on you, Mr. Manager. What does that mean? You're a time traveler. What? Me? There's no doubt about it. The presence of even traces of tachyons could only mean you were subjected to relativistic movement beyond light speed. Wait. But that would mean what I saw at the shrine wasn't a dream. My hopes rose. This was the closest we've ever gotten to a breakthrough. What the woman said... She said something to the effect of, I couldn't save someone who never existed in the first place. What could that mean? And surely, I must exist right now. While the disconnections are indeed strange, others can still perceive me. It is not as if I'm a poltergeist. If Sola never existed in this timeline, then that could only mean that whoever or whatever we believe to be Sola right now is an illusion. In which case, then the disconnections could mean that the illusion is decaying. Could it be a temporal shadow? My heart pounded. It seemed as if Chigara was onto something. A what? Once time travel is possible, the effect can arrive prior to the cause. And the ripple effect of a time anomaly can traverse not only through a single universe, but through multiple universes. Chigara was rambling if she had gone crazy. I had no idea what she was saying. I understand now. Understand what? Sola is a temporal shadow caused by a time anomaly, which may happen in the future, which may have already happened. In plain English. Logically, time travel must possible right now in our current era. Because if you have an indefinite amount of time, if an event is possible at all, then it will become true eventually. The presence of tachyons on Mr. Manager now proves that time travel is a practical possibility. And if time travel is a possibility, then not only will it eventually be discovered, but such technology will propagate to all other times through time travel itself. My head was going in circles. If that is true, then Sola can be a temporal shadow left by a time anomaly which occurred either in the past or in the future. What if someone were to time travel to thousands of years into the future, but something went wrong and they created copies of themselves at multiple time points? Then multiple shadows of the original person would be created. As the time device gradually reconciled the error, shadows would vanish, leaving only the original traveler at the intended destination. And that is the only possible explanation as to how someone who never existed in a timeline could become a part of reality, but then gradually fade away from existence. Sola, you're actually not Sola, but a temporal shadow of Sola. I am sorry. Was my explanation too confusing? My head hurted. What if I understood Chigara's explanation right? Is there no way to keep the disconnections from happening? So, is there a way to prevent Sola, a shadow from fading? Perhaps the destruction of the real Sola. And the Sola who exists in our timeline would replace the real one. That only sounded impossible. Who knows where or when the real Sola existed? Besides, we were not going to resort to a conspiracy to murder one Sola across time, save another Sola. Anything else? I got it! I could try to construct a force feedback device. If I am present to use the device the next time a disconnection occurs, I may be able to render the time device which is attempting to wipe Solar's shadow inoperative. If the time machine is destroyed, then both the original Sola and the Shadow Sola should continue to exist in two different universes. That's the best thing I've heard all year. What do you need to make the force feedback device? It will certainly be a difficult task. While I may be able to cover together some of the military-grade materials using consumer products, I will need a substantial amount of time. The technology involved is still highly experimental, so I cannot even estimate the chances of success. Further, because this device is not strictly legal, you will have to keep this a secret between the three of us. Not legal? While I was ordinarily a law-abiding citizen and the vice president of the student council, I'll just have to make an exception this time. Okay. But after we save Sola, we'll have to smash the feedback device and throw it into the ocean. Understood. Okay. Still, my heart was beating with excitement. There may be a way to save Sola after all. I put my arm around her. You hear that, Sola? We're gonna save you. Don't worry, Mr. Manager. You can count on Chigara. I suddenly felt incredibly grateful to have met Chigara. Even though Sola was my girlfriend, it was Chigara who might just save the day. You really saved us, Chigara. You're going to be like our hero. Ah. No, Mr. Manager. I am merely exploring a scientific phenomena for my own curiosity. In any matter, please take care of Sola. I will make the preparations for the device here. Yeah. It was the third day of the Culture Festival. I'll be helping out at the Swims Club stand today. I walked over to the courtyard to a large commission. Ah, good day. Sola? What are you doing? I do not understand. It is time for club activities, is it not? And the other members seemed upset as well by my attire. Even after all this, Sola didn't have a lick of common sense. No, no, no. Just because it's club time doesn't mean you have to wear a swimsuit. Besides, aren't you cold? No. As you may have noted, I always dress lightly. Anyways, come this way. We have to get you changed out. Ah, but the stand. It'll be fine. Come on, you're causing a scene here, Sola. I pushed Sola back into school before Ava caught wind of this. She'd never forgive me if I let the swim club captain waltz around in a swimsuit during the Culture Festival. Even though I was certainly proud of Sola's tip-top physique, it wasn't something I wanted to show off to the entire school. And finally, Sola re-emerged in her uniform. I sighed in relief. That's much better. I still do not quite understand. And today we won't be swimming. We're going to run a stand. It's exactly like one of those food stands that you see during the festivals at the shrine. Except you'll be the one managing it. Ah, I see. Come on, Sola. We returned to the stand. The club members were already busy frying some yakisoba. Alright, let's work hard. As I was working, I noticed Sola trying to chop an onion. Ah! She rubbed her eyes. Sola. You can't rub your eyes while handling onions. I am in pain. Such excruciating pain. Even that was delivered in a monotone. I poured a bottle of cold water on a towel and gave it to Sola. Ah. Sola put the towel over her face. Sola, don't tell me you've never cooked anything before. I am sorry. Are you concerned? Well, not at all. My suitability to be a lovely wife has likely dropped substantially. Ah, no, don't mind Sola. I weep tears of regret. That was just the onion. Besides, who needs to cook in this day and age? I suppose that is true. And further, I am confident in my cleaning abilities. I have cleaned every nook and cranny of the shrine my entire life. Bacteria will not stand a chance against me. No matter how well hidden, I snipe out every last germ. I feel like I could count on you. Yes. I merely hope I do not food poison anyone in the meantime. Make sure everything's cooked all the way through, okay? Understood. After 3 days of hard work, the school festival had finally come to an end. That was definitely the most work I've ever done in my life. My back was still sore from running around school so much. I was sure I'd filled out at least 100 pages of paperwork. As I was leaving the school, I saw Sola waiting for me in the courtyard. Seeing her waiting for me instantly made me feel better. Ah, you are here. Hey Sola. Good evening. We sure worked hard, huh? I'd say that was a good show. Our stand was a big success. Let's do our best next year too, alright? Yes. I shall be working hard with you next year as well. Yeah. I feel more alive now than I've ever before. Even if I am nothing more than a shadow of another person, these feelings cannot be an illusion. It doesn't matter if you're a shadow or whatever. You're here right now, aren't you? No matter what happens, you'll always be my Sola. Please continue to watch over me. Sola embraced me and ran her hands against my back. Come, you must be exhausted. Perhaps I could entice you with a back massage. While my cooking is admittedly subpar, I wish to take care of you as well. I cannot be the one being taken care of all the time. Really? Lucky me, huh? I grabbed onto Sola's hand. Let's go. Yes. We got on the transit and arrived at the shrine. We sat down on the balcony of Sola's room with 2 cups of tea. Please relax. Sola removed my coat and pulled my shirt up. Her fingers eased out the tension inside my muscles. Ah, thanks. Just what I needed after filling out so much paperwork. You always work so hard. I fear you may become too popular for me. What? Never. Often, I feel the jealous glares of other girls when they see me with you. Seriously? Yes. All this time, I thought other guys were secretly cussing about me for having a girlfriend so hot. Such foolishness. I am but a poor orphan girl who lives at a shrine. I am blessed to have been able to find someone so above my station. You don't have to be so modest, Sola. Besides, I sure didn't expect to get a girlfriend so soon. You should have seen my sister's face when she found out we were going out. She was so shocked that I bet she's still locked in her room, trying to figure out how to get a boyfriend once she attends the academy too. I see. Ah, Sola, let me give you a back rub too. Relaxing muscle tension is important for a swimmer. Ah, you need not. Don't worry. I can do this much. Then I am in your care. Sola rolled up her shirt, exposing her bare back. Ah, well, I was expecting to just above her clothes. But if she's inviting me for full contact? Ah, what an erotic noise. I kept pressing on. Oh, yes. Ah. Ugh, a certain place in my body was turning hard by this. Whoever knew that Sola would like the back massage so much. I gave her shoulder's blades a rub. This was too much. I caved to my desires and attacked Sola from behind. Oh, I am disappointed in your lack of restraint. You could only hold out for that long. But you were the ones making those noises. I simply wish to express my comfort. But it appears you already like this. She prodded my very hardened undercarriage. I see a certain someone needs another release. It appears I have little other choice. Sola pushed me into her room and slid the door closed. She opened up my pants and bent down. Suddenly she froze. Sola, what's the matter? Her face was locked in an expression of horror. No. No. Not now. She collapsed. Sola! I pulled up my Holo with trembling hands and alerted Chigara. This was the worst disconnection I had seen yet. Sola was on the floor, gagging as she was having a seizure. I grabbed onto her hand and held her in my arms, attempting to calm her down. Sola! You're going to be okay. Chigara's on her way. Just hang on! Her eyes were glazing over. It didn't even seem like she could even hear me. Shit. I know. I lifted Sola up and ran over to the mountain pool. At least submerging her into water will slow the disconnection down. I had to hold out until Chigara got here. I tore Sola's clothes off and placed her inside the pool. Come on. Most of her legs had vanished at this point. The disconnection was spreading to her body. Sola, can you hear me? Stay with me, Sola. Hang on. I was worried that the disconnection would happen when Chigara wasn't here. But it wasn't as if Chigara could hover beside Sola every hour of the week. Kayto! Shit! I grabbed Sola's hand and entwined at our fingers. Sola! Her hand vanished and I fell right through her. The disconnection traveled up her arms. She was vanishing before my eyes. I had to hold her up now to keep her from submerging below the water. It was as if Sola was a sheet of paper which had been discarded on top of burning embers. Parts of her burnt away, the edges glowing red as if in fire. I'm sorry. It is too late. I had at least wanted to feel one last time. Sola! I held her close and kissed her. That worked last time, didn't it? So why was it not working anymore? Damn it! I'm here! I pulled my head up and saw Chigara run into the mountain pool. The feedback device! Chigara pulled a mess of wiring and steel from her bag. Suddenly, my world was bleached white. I was surrounded in white. Where was I? It is you. Sola appeared before me. Sola? Where are we? We are in the place between universes, where there's neither space or time. You're not Sola. Or at least the Sola I know. Yes. I come from a time long before yours. An age of emperors and lords. You mean the age of the Ryuvian Empire? Yes. My shadow was sent to your universe by mistake. It was there that she eventually became human. She grew and experienced things foreign to me. Perhaps a part of my subconscious sent a younger version of myself to your universe, longing for that which I never had. But her time has come now. Please, let her stay with me. She's my everything. I need her. I am sorry. She must return to me. While she has struggled against all attempts to retrieve her, she is a part of me. And as long as she is separated, she will vanish eventually. No, there's gotta be a... She is not a human being. She is merely a shadow of me. And such an entity cannot exist. I can only offer you one thing. One last chance to see her. No, wait. While you are not my captain here, you are still strong. Farewell. I found myself at the shrine. Was there still an illusion? Kayto. Sola. I ran and held her in my arms. I have been seeing some strange stuff. Don't tell me you're really going to disappear. That's just crazy. There's no way any of this is happening. I do not have long. And yet, it seems I have lost everything I wish to say. No, Sola. All I know is I'm truly glad to have met you. Why? Why are you acting like this is goodbye? My true self has led a life devoid of joy. She never experienced a normal childhood, nor was given the opportunity to grow into a maiden. She has never felt her heart flutter at the feeling of her first kiss, nor the warmth of another as he caressed her. Her life was sorrowful, filled with nothing but death and betrayal. As I return to her, perhaps I can bring her the happiness I experienced when I was with you. Her life will become as rich as mine was in this world. You have made me truly happy. While my time was short, I'm glad I could have met you. Sola floated in the air as she dissolved into the great abyss. Sola! No! Now, at last, farewell. This isn't the end. Because I'm not letting you go that easily. I jumped into the air and grabbed onto Sola's arm. Don't try to rationalize this and say that everything's alright. Because as long as you're not beside me next morning, things aren't alright. I want to taste your cooking. I want to see you swim at the championships. I want to go to the beach with you again. Stay with me. Forever. I heaved on Sola's arm until she fell back to the ground into my arms. But... I locked our lips together. Temporal anomalies have nothing on me. So whoever set this all up, you'll have to try harder. Always with your outrageousness. Do you even know defeat? Not in my book. You always surprise me so. I heard the same female voice from a month ago. My. I see your determination hasn't changed one bit. You're the cause of this, aren't you? Leave us alone. Well, if you insist so much. I guess women who are too clinchy aren't popular. Alright, I'll just have to give up on you. It's your victory. Whoever you are. If you ever try to take Sola away again. Yes. I've had my fill of fun here. I guess it's not a good idea to alter the timeline too much. I'll leave you alone from now. Then, see ya in the other universe. I woke up again to the sight of Sola resting in my arms. Ah, Mr. Manager! The feedback machine was a huge success. It seems to have restored all of Sola's body as well as prevented all future disconnections. Sola slowly opened her eyes. Ah, I am still alive. Sola! I held her tightly, tears coming to my eyes. You're saved. Chigara packed up the device. Well then, pardon me. I won't intrude upon you two anymore. And she turned around to leave. Chigara! I ran out of the pool. Thank you. Chigara turned around and smiled. Don't worry. It was my pleasure. We watched as Chigara left the shrine. Without her help, Sola would have been doomed for sure. She was the unsung hero of the story. Chigara slowly disappeared from view, her red ribbon finally sliding below the horizon. I ran to Sola and embraced her. Ah, Sola. Now you're finally free of the disconnections. Yes. You're just an ordinary human now. You have an entire future ahead of you. Oh man, what are you going to do now? I am regretful behind on life. I will be needing your help even more from now. Please, take good care of me. For now, I'm merely satisfied with this. Sola wrapped her arms around me and softly locked our lips together. We caressed each other as our tongues intertwined. That was the end of the disconnections for Sola. After that day, she lived her life just like an ordinary girl. However, the year was not over yet. Who knows what the rest of our days had in store for us? I couldn't wait to find out. Sola caught me on my Holo. I pulled her through. Yo, what's up, Sola? Ah, Chigara's birthday's coming up next week, isn't it? Oh, you're right. We had better get her something really awesome. If it hadn't been for Chigara, none of this would even have happened. Maybe a new oven for a bakery? Anyways, we better do everything in our power to make sure Chigara has the best birthday ever. And please meet me in the transit center in an hour. And sure. Let's make sure to make Chigara happy, okay? Yes. And then I will see you. I arrived at the transit center and saw Sola waiting for me. Good day, Kayto. Yo! We hugged each other. Let's get going. Yes. We entered the shoppers and looked around for things to get for Chigara. After a long day of shopping, we re-emerged from the store. By now, the sun was already setting. Phew. Shopping with a girlfriend was definitely an entirely different experience. This was the first time I've ever done something normal with Sola. No doubt, this was just the first of many mundane experiences we'll share. I guess this was how normal couples lived. Couples who didn't have to worry about being wiped from space-time anyways. Hey, Sola. Yes? It's sure nice, huh? Not having to worry about you vanishing anymore. Moo. We are through that now. You need not to worry anymore. I know. Sola wrapped her arm around mine. Then, let us be off. Yeah. The members of the science club, as well as Sola and I, hid behind the lab stations, waiting for the moment when Chigara walked through the door. Finally, we saw the door begin to slit open. Good afternoon, everyone. Where's everyone? We all emerged from our hiding spots. Happy birthday, Chigara. Chigara jumped up into the air, inches from passing out. Eh? Oh, my. I walked over and put a party hat on Chigara's head. You did this all for my sake? Well, yeah. It's your birthday after all. Besides, Sol and I owe you our lives. We couldn't thank you enough. Ah, no, Mr. Manager. I was merely investigating a scientific curiosity, that's all. Ah, Chigara, you're always saying that. Yes, please be more upfront with your feelings. Somehow it didn't feel like my girlfriend was any better in that department than Chigara though. Ah, everyone. Thank you. Oh, we nearly forgot the most important part. We unveiled a giant birthday cake for Chigara. Here, something for a future bakery shop manager. Oh my! Please, enjoy. I cut the cake and gave Chigara the first slice. And Chigara cut a piece off with her fork and put it into her mouth. Mmm, it's amazing. Everyone, you did this all for my sake? Of course. Oh, thank you, everyone. Even though I'm not very good with speeches, it's been a fun year together. Let's keep doing this next year too, okay? The club members applauded and cheered. I joined in with the applause. Well, it looked like Chigara definitely had the club under control now. I wonder if next year the science club will even be one of the trouble clubs. Most likely, Chigara won't need my help for much longer. I felt proud of how far she had come. Well, Sola, I think it's time we made our exit. We should let Chigara celebrate with her club. Yes, I must be returning to practice as well. Chigara, we'll be going now. Enjoy yourself. Ah, please take a slice of the cake. Chigara handed out 2 plates of the cake. Oh, thanks. Thank you. And Chigara already looked busy chatting with her friends. Well, looks like she had grown up too. I left the science lab, confident that Chigara would be able to lead the science club from now. The day of the first speech arrived. I carefully gathered the notes and got ready. Just stay calm and stick to the talking points, okay? Yeah, no problem. Honestly, being on a podium in front of these many students made me pretty nervous. Luckily, being near my friends helped. Good luck, Mr. Manager. I'm sure you'll do fine. Yes, it shall be an impressive speech. You guys. Just then, I heard another familiar voice. Oi, Kayto! Marai? What was she doing here? I heard you were going to be giving a speech today and decided to pay a visit. Come to think of it, didn't winter vacation for Basic Academy start earlier? Paying a visit to your brother's school, huh? Well, I guess failure definitely was not an option now that even Marai was here. There was no way that it was going to become the lame old brother again. Just watch. I'm going to kick that compact guy in the pants. Go, Kayto! Alright, let's do this. I finally got to meet this fabulous challenger who was turning female heads left and right on campus. So you're the vice president. It is my pleasure to finally meet you. Likewise. I shook his hand firmly. And then let us begin this battle. Oh, so that's Big Brother's challenger? He's so pretty. God damn it, Marai, you traitor. Way to change sides at the drop of a hat. No, no, no. He's spearheading a compact invasion on Sunrider Academy. We can't let him win, no matter the cost. Huh, and yet... Chigara pointed to a horde of girls, who were eagerly lapping up everything Fontana was saying. God damn it, they even had a huge banner for him. Under my leadership, I shall turn Sunrider Academy around into a place for the common student. No longer will the well-connected and powerful hold all the power. Even the lowest shall have their say in governance. The girls squealed and raised their arms. Their eyes glazed over. One of them even fainted in adoration. Couldn't the disciplinary committee do something about them? Fontana was a good speaker, but his fangirls were too much for me to handle. Being the president of the Sunrider Academy Student Council is a huge responsibility. I can bring experience to the role. I've already worked on the student council for a year and managed to turn the trouble clubs around. Next year, I can keep working on the progress we've made this year. That way, we can actually make a difference here. It is not time to bring in a new voice to the student council. Too long has the president's seat passed from one well-connected student to the next. Is your voice truly being heard in the student council, or only the voice of those already with influence? Mr. Fontana, please go out with me next year. Marai! I'm definitely going to get her back for this betrayal. This wasn't going so well. I had to keep up with the offensive. I care about what each and every one of you have to say. In fact, there's nothing the current student council wants more than to serve the student body. We work tireless hours every day. And honestly, it's kind of a pain because all I want to do is just spend more time with my girlfriend. The audience Ava facepalmed and nearly pulled her hair. She looked at me with her "what the hell are you doing" face. A bunch of students laughed and turned to face me. At least that seemed to have taken the attention away from Fontana for now. Now was my chance. It's honestly a lot of hard work, and we rarely get thanked for it. But every day, we happily do it because you're counting on us. As long as you're here to support us, we won't quit. Because that's what it means to be on the student council. We're here to make sure the students of Sunrider Academy are having fun every day. And no matter what stands in our way, we won't let you down. Our speeches finally came to a close. Not bad. Same to you. I look forward to our second encounter, Shields. I see that you're not an adversary to be taken lightly. With that, Fontana took his exit. What an over to the top guy. Almost like the villain of some Holo game. My friends ran up the stage and surrounded me. Kayto, you've got to introduce me to this man later. I gave my little sister a chop to the head. You dumbass. You're supposed to be supporting me. Howie. Wow, Kayto's such a meanie. Well, I guess it wasn't so bad a first showing. Although it could have been a lot better. We let him walk over you too much. Really? Yeah. Well, I liked what Kayto said. I thought he came off as very approachable. Yes, it is as if I fell in love with him once more. My tongue. Please ignore what I just said. You guys. Thanks for your support. I'm counting on you all. Yeah! It was time for the final speech. The courtyard was filled with students now. I could hear my heart thumping as I got ready to go to the podium. Do not fear. You will doubtlessly sweep everyone off their feet. Really? I wonder. Thanks, Sola. And so far, public opinion on campus is split. The final speech will be decisive. Fontana's pretty popular with the girls, but it looks like a lot of the males have come to our camp. Great. So in the end, did anything I say even matter? So shallow. Was this truly the state of modern politics? Talk about seeing the real world in a bottle. Don't worry, Kayto. I still believe in you. Just don't be too mean to Mr. Fabulous, okay? Thanks, you traitor. How could you end up backing this compact spy? Can't even consider you my sister anymore. I shook my head and went to the podium. I see you're back for more shields. Pray for mercy. You might have won over the girls, Fontana, but this election will be decided on experience, not looks. Do not mock me. I shall win this debate fair and square. My looks are merely the icing on the cake, as it were. This punk. For some reason I felt like I had a long-standing rivalry with him. Maybe in some other life we were sworn enemies. Then we shall begin. Our speeches went on. Do the students of Sunrider Academy not have rights? All the Students' Council has done is to oppress the common student. Must every form be signed in triplicate? Must the school uniforms be enforced to such perfecting length? As Student Council President, I promise to return the freedoms that you had before this year. Look! I was trying to relax the rules this year too, but oh shit, what do I say? It's true that Ava's disciplinarian policies were so unpopular with the school that even most of the members of the Student Council resigned over them. In fact, I was against them every step of the way too. But the way Fontana was putting it, he made it sound like they were all my ideas. Damn it, what a sly bastard. We're proud students of Sunrider Academy, aren't we? Following the rules was hard for everyone, including the members of the Student Council. But we're Sarah's best. I'm not going to take any shortcuts just because it's easy. I'm proud of how much we managed to accomplish this year together. This sure is going on for a while. Mr. Manager. Kayto. Mr. Fabulous. By now it seemed as if I had fought Fontana to a standstill. But victory was still afar. Hahaha, I commend you for making it this far, Shields. But as usual, you're naive. What? Did he have some sneaky compact trick up his sleeve? I should have known he'd try to play dirty. Hahaha. Behold the true might of compact. All of a sudden, Fontana tore his top off, exposing his chest to the entire student body. I cringed as all the girls squealed at once. Ah! A spurt of blood erupted from Morai's nose. Her eyes rolled into her skull as she fell backwards. Her soul emerged from her body and flew up to heaven. Morai! Compact! They killed my sister! They were going to pay for this. Fontana! Shields! We shall settle this at last. Who is the better man? I should have known better than to permit a compact spy here. Compact spy? Are you so desperate as to resort to unfounded allegations now? He was right. My anger got the better of me. Luckily, it seemed like amidst the fangirl screaming nobody even heard me anyways. Once I am the president of the student council, I will see to it that you become my secretary and serve my every need. Oh, it's personal now. You! Let the people decide then. Today, the gates of democracy will open and the proud students of Sunrider Academy will decide who is better suited to lead. Ha. He was nothing but a half-baked man who just happened to be graced with good looks. I was sure that my ability to lead trumped his superficial sex appeal. Or so I thought anyways. And finally, Ava put her foot down. By order of the Sunrider Academy Student Council, heel! Her voice boomed across the courtyard. There was a moment of absolute stillness as her voice echoed against the walls. Finally, the students calmed down. They all rubbed their heads, wondering what came over them. The crowd dispersed, picking up knocked over tables and chairs as they left. Asaga and Chigara managed to dig up my sister's corpse from under the crowd. I don't know whether I want him for myself or for you, Kayto. How strange, I think I heard her corpse talking. Oh well, it must just be my imagination. What a messy way to end the second debate. Damn that Fontana. I was definitely never going to get along with that guy. We won! All the votes were counted. And the results were clear. A victory! I jumped up and hugged Sola. We did it! We beat that red bastard. Ah, yes. I knew you would do it, my love. Alright! Congratulations, Mr. Manager. Well, good job. You've made me proud. For once. Ava. But this is just the beginning. Starting next year, you're going to be in charge of all the clubs at Sunrider Academy. You thought managing the trouble clubs was a lot of work? Just wait until you've dealt with all of them at once. You'll have to redouble your efforts and work with a lot of other club leaders now. I won't let you down, Press. You're going to be the Press now. You should stop calling me that now. It's just Ava now. Of course. Then that'll mean we have to call him Mr. President. Ugh. How about just Kayto? No titles, please. Mr. President! Next year was going to be even busier. But with my friends by my side, I knew that I'd manage somehow. A girlfriend at my side, and the president of the student council. I could hardly believe the year turned out this way. Just last year I was a nobody who was considered a loser by my own sister and childhood friend. So much had changed since then. I had put in so much hard work and effort. In fact, sometimes I just wanted to give up and play rogues all day. But I never gave up. Through my own hands and the help of my friends, all of this was accomplished. As long as I put my mind and body to it and didn't give up, even someone like me could get a girlfriend and become the president of the student council. That sure was a lot of fun. But all this excitement made me hungry. Let's go grab something to eat. We have to celebrate Mr. President's victory. Yes. Sola wrapped her arm around mine. Unbelievable. We still have final exams, you know. What's the problem, Press? You're gonna graduate anyways. Oh, come on, let's go. We ended up going downtown and having fun. By the time we had finished, I had forgotten all about Fontana. I could hardly wait until the next year came. Holo wear uniforms, here I come. I saw Sola waiting for me at the courtyard. Hey Sola, happy birthday. I reached into my bag and took Sola's present out. You needn't have. It's your birthday after all. Let's go have fun. You spoil me. Then I look forward to it. I gave Sola a hug and grabbed onto her hand. Let's get going. I took Sola to the bayfront where the Ferris wheel opened a while back. Come to think of it, we had never visited the wheel. If it weren't for the disconnection, I would have brought Sola here so much sooner. We got on one of the cabins. And the city is beautiful in the twilight. Yeah. Ah, I can even see the shrine from here. I looked off into the mountains and sure enough I could see the shrine. Yeah. Sure brings back a lot of memories, huh? I remember running up those steps in the pouring rain chasing after you. Oh, you must have run into those woods there. Why did you do such a reckless thing like that? You could have gotten hurt, you know. Well, I'm sorry for worrying you. But you were the one who ripped off my clothes in the middle of the forest. Then did such unspeakable things to me in open air. What if someone had seen us? Well, I doubt anyone would be wandering in the woods in the middle of the night during a rainstorm. Moo, and you speak of me doing reckless things. Sorry, I won't do it again. Somehow, I feel as if you will continue to shock me in the future. I put my arms around Sola and embellished her mouth. Ah. Moo. Always you do this. Despite her words, she closed her eyes and parted her lips, asking for more. Our lips met again. Ah. Our tongues lapped against each other, sending Sola's taste tingling down my spine. Please love me like this forever. Yeah. Sola rested her hands against me and closed her eyes. We sat together, our heads on each other, as the Ferris wheel went around. I sat with Sola outside of her room, looking out into the mountains. Hey Sola. Yes? Do you have any plans for vacation? No. I will merely be cleaning the shrine, in preparation for the coming year. Once the winter festival begins, people will return here again. The winter festival, huh? I remember when we went to that for the first time. Yes. It's already almost been a year since then, huh? Well, let's try our best next year too. Indeed. A snowflake fell from the sky. Snow. It is not unusual for it to pile up in the mountains and turn the shrine entirely white. Really? Ah. Yes. It is mesmerizing to watch it, is it not? Snow is silent and like the rain. I enjoy watching it slowly blanket the mountain. Just the thought of that gave me the chills. I shivered. No thanks, I'll pass. I'm freezing my butt off already. Sola grabbed onto me and laid me down on her lap. She bent down and gave me a face full of her boobs. Oh, what was that? I was merely attempting to warm you up. Please do not get any wrong ideas. Really? Yes. I did not believe that for a second. You know, Sola, you suppose the rest of our days will be like this? I believe so. In any matter, I've had enough excitement to last me a lifetime. I hope that the rest of our lives will be uneventful. You're right. Yes. Sola bent down and kissed me on the lips. A kiss for luck, so that we may live out the rest of our days in peace. I closed my eyes and rested on Sola's lap. Her warmth invited me to relax. I slowly drifted to sleep as Sola stroked my face. Shh. Sleep well, my love. Yeah. And so my first year with Sola came to an end. Shortly afterwards, Ava left her childhood apartment to join the Space Force. Every time I heard about the brave feast of our Navy on the Holo, I couldn't help but think of her. Wherever she was, I knew she was doing her best to follow in her father's footsteps. And Chigara went on to lead the science club to the Galactic Exhibition in her final year at Sunrider Academy. After graduating, she turned down a high-paying job at a research facility and instead happily opened a quaint little bakery near the shrine. She remained a family friend for the rest of our lives. Asaga went through the rest of her days at the academy stirring up every kind of trouble imaginable. Nothing about her changed, and to this day, she runs around town, causing drama and excitement wherever she goes. At the end of every year, Sola, Chigara, Asaga and I share a hot pot and reminisce about our school days. Sola and I lived the rest of our years in peace. Just as the mysterious woman promised, her disconnections never happened again. The whole experience seemed so bizarre. I ended up forgetting about the whole thing and just figured Chigara's feedback machine had worked, and there was no alternate Sola or any mysterious woman traveling through space-time. And in the end, none of it mattered because nothing out of the ordinary ever happened to us again. In short, you could just say we lived happily ever after.
Be so